Welcome along to day 2 of round 2 of the Latvian Championship, ROTAX MAX CHALLENGE LATVIA and the Latvian Karting Cup. You join us once again at the Teperis Sporta Complex in Smeltina, 140 kilometres north-northeast of the Latvian capital city of Riga. And, well, back again on the mic, my name Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you along to what is going to be an action-packed and thrilling day here in Smeltina. Of course, we've got the set of Heat 2s coming up very shortly. Then we'll have the pre-finals and then the finals. And thereby, we'll then head into the halfway point a little bit later on this year. More importantly, it's going to be the second weekend of August, if memory serves me correctly, as we are getting ready for our first heat of the day. Of course, a little bit of a reminder. Well, it's going to be 6 minutes plus an additional lap for Micromax and Minimax, with juniors, seniors, DD2, DD2 Masters, Amateur DD2, Amateur Master, Amateur Heavy, and Tillet and T4 all will run at 7 minutes plus a lap apiece. So, as you can see, blue skies up above in this part of the country, and the track very much bone dry, ready for all competitors. We've got 5 drivers ready to race, and it was Carlos Berensons that took the win yesterday in the opening heat, but we did have some good battling between the likes of Martins Lapins and Remigijus Kriausiunas, who make up just a part of this small grid. Now, they do say that sometimes the quality of the racing is not dictated by the numbers on the field. So also, let's have a brief overall recap. So, as I said earlier, Carlos Berensons took the win in Micromax yesterday, ahead of Martins Lapins, who edged out Remigijus Kriausiunas from Lithuania from MRG Racing. Rodrigo Taurins and Ivo Os rounded out the finishing order in race 1. Jack Collinson in Minimax took the win with a bold and brazen round the outside overtake on the run down to the opening turn 1. As there you can see, wind significantly reduced in comparison with yesterday, as looks like one of our marshalling crew has decided to get some vitamin D. Hopefully you've got some factor 30 on at very least. So the wind speed just under 2 kilometers an hour and in a northerly direction. Jack Collinson would take the win in Minimax yesterday for Heat 1, ahead of Rodrigo Kakaris, with Bratrik Krasiokius, Marco Plinta, Alex Menezes rounding out the top 5. Juniors, it was Tom Sturla from SM Racing who took the win by just over 0.8 of a second ahead of pole setter Fernando Pemra from Estonia. Timothy Vladimirov would round out the top 3, ahead of the battling duo of Elise Stolchamani and Martins Valts. Adrien Tions would be one of 3 drivers that would cop a 5-second time penalty for front fairings being out of position. Bruno Perla would win an exciting and, at times, dramatic senior Rotax Heat 1, winning by 0.65 of a second after 10 laps of racing, followed by Turnus Johannes Dominguez and Oliver Kerg, with the latter two doing a number on Sebastian Adari on the last corner at the last lap, meaning the 3-1-12 from AGS Racing would end up 4th at the checkered flag. Also, good performances from the likes of Carlos Kirikovs and Mata Spike, along with Kate Robiseva, who respectively finished 5th, 7th and 9th. Tomasz Pirstins took the win in DD2 and DD2 Masters combined overall by just under half a second, ahead of AGS Racing's young Estonian talent, Devin Sagardi, with Martin Zinovskis, Patrick Snows-Lochmelis having to fight back after multiple close calls during the 11-lap encounter. Haralds Gagaklis would take the win in DD2 Masters, ahead of Pritsai, with Rikards Kalnzims completing the top 3. Well, it was initially a comedy of errors, but the racing was nevertheless spicy in amateur DD2, DD2 Master and DD2 Heavy. Unfortunately, for a couple of moments, well, Rodrigo Frams didn't remember how the start would go. However, On the third time of asking, things went awry from the word off, as Frams and Kristaps Kalixons came together as Zuskovic would power away to a 2.3 second victory ahead of Atos, with Marcus Pickus rounding out the top 3 overall after 10 laps. Then Tillet and T4 came along, and boy did it add some spice to the party. With the last lap drama between Christopher Skalny and Davis Zalmans, it meant that Elisabetta Johan Zulce took the win by just under 2 seconds ahead of Kirill Dmitrievs, with Daniels Peteris Berzins very much in the thick of the action. So local time has just gone 6 minutes past 10 in the morning here in Smeltera. And a big thank you to our streaming partner for 2024, the team at No Limits Video Solutions, led by Edgar's Thompsons and his crew. A big thank you to them for being able to provide us with all the live stream coverage over the course of the 2024 ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia season. For further information on the championship, you can head to the official website, rotaxmaxlatvia.com. You can also follow us on social media, on Facebook and on Instagram. Just type in ROTAX MAX Latvia, and we'll be the first thing that pops up in your search engine. So this is the second of 6 weekends in total. Next time out will be the 9th and the 10th of August at the 333 Baltic Circuit at Ropazinovas. Along with that, a week later, the 16th to the 17th, we'll have round 4 of ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia, and also the final round of ROTAX MAX Nordic Challenge for 2024. That will be the first time that tickets will be issued out this season. Then, along with that, the 13th to the 14th of September at Jelgava will be the penultimate round of the season. That will also coincide with ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia Round 5, the Latvian Karting Cup Round 4, and the Latvian Karting Championship Round 4. Along with that, we'll be joined by our friends from Lithuania, who will also be having their final round of their season. Then Madwana will host the season finale for all respective rounds of ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia, Latvian Karting Cup, and the Latvian Championship on the 20th to the 21st of September 2024, and thereby our road to Sarno will be complete. In the main ROTAX classes, drivers will be competing for tickets to the grand finals. They are allocated by BRP ROTAX in Austria and will be sometimes set to respective classes. So the tickets that will be competed for this year will be Mini Max, Junior Max, Max DD2 and DD2 Masters. One ticket being given away apiece for the 25th anniversary for this year's ROTAX MAX Challenge Grand Finals that heads to the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, southern Italy, amidst the shadows of the iconic Mount Vesuvius. And it will be the first time since the Grand Finals have visited Italy since 2019, when the circuit at Sarno was front and centre. So the green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid as our drivers make their way out onto the 1060 metre circuit here at Smilston. Let's take you through the starting grid for Micromax Heat number 2. Carlos Bernasons will lead from pole position ahead of Martins Lapins, with Remigijus Kriausiunas, Rodrigo Taurins, Ivo Os rounding out the 5-strong grid. They have one sighting and one formation lap. 6 minutes on the timer, plus one additional lap. As we saw yesterday, Carlos Bernasons got a very, very good start and managed to pull away from the rest of the opposition whilst they were squabbling over the scraps on the table. So based on the results from heats 1 and 2, that will then decide their combined intermediate classification after the heats, and then we'll decide the grid for the pre-finals, and then after that we'll then find out how our grid will look for the final later on. The finals will start from 2:30 PM local time, barring any delays or stoppages thereof. And a warm welcome to everyone watching on the official ROTAX MAX Latvia YouTube channel and also our official Facebook page. And if you haven't already, give us a like on Facebook, give us a subscribe on YouTube. It might be one click for you, but for us, it's so much more. It means we can help promote this championship as best as we can. We're under full course yellows at the moment, as everyone will very shortly be lining up on the grid. And it is going to be down to Carlos Bernasons, who instantly manages to slow down and means that Martins Lapins is alongside on the front row. So through the final hairpin, and then it's down into this nice little complex that has seen some great overtaking yesterday afternoon. As Kriausiunas weaving from side to side. The sun beating down on the tarmac here in Smeltene as we get set and ready to go racing here on day 2 of round 2. Into the tram lines, revs rise, and I don't think the green flag went. No, full course yellow, that's a full start. Well, we are at the we're coming towards the 3rd distance within the championship season. Still another 4 rounds to go. And as we saw with amateur DD2, Masters and Heavy yesterday, if there are 2 full starts, instantly the red flag is brandished, and normally the race director will have a chat with the drivers on the front row. So let's see if we can get it second time of asking. Drivers informed to slow down to snail's pace. So here we go, take 2 here for Micromax. It's Bernasons on pole. This time the green flag drops, and what a hole shot. But Martins Lapins scraping sidewalls with Carlos Bernasons, but squeezes through at the opening corner. Now through turn 2, into the right at 3, through this nice S-bend complex, very fast and flowing. Through into turn 4, before the right-hander here at turn 5. Then into 6, and then it's the rundown here towards turn 7. And it's a very, very big sweeping style corner through 8. And now into turn number 9. Now through into the left-hand kink at 10. And then turn 11 coming up, 90-degree right-hander. Got to be very, very careful how you judge this. You don't want to run wide. As Martins Lapins leads after the opening lap by nearly 0.2 of a second. Carlos Bernasons, Remigijus Kriausiunas and Rodrigo Taurins round out the top 4, with Ivo Os still not too far behind the 77. Martins Lapins has the fastest lap of the race, a 53.006, as we head through in towards turn number 5 again. Through 6 and into 7. And just look how much they concentrate. They're trying not to... They're having to modulate the throttle a little bit here. And the reason being is that through these momentum-carrying corners, you really are on a knife edge. You could either get snap-on oversteer or chronic understeer. Now Bernasons trying to go on the offensive against Lapins. Out of turn 11 once again they go. And Kriausiunas is in the mix. Top three covered by 0.28 of a second, and the lead changes through turn number 1. Bernssons through on Lapins. Here on lap number 3, as they go through into turns 3 and 4 once again. A lovely bit of this circuit here at Smeltene. You can see the elevation change plus the camber that the drivers are having to deal with. Now into turn 7 they go again. And did you notice how close Carlos Bernssons was to the apex of that corner? Just hugging it tight as possible and not trying to catch a sidewall amongst that thing. Now up through into the final corner, turn number 11 once again. We still have 3 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap, as Carlos Bernssons not only has the race lead after another lap, but has the new fastest lap of this race, 51.507 seconds. Klaus Jonas very much factoring into all of this in third place. Top three covered by next to nothing. And Bernssons looking to make it 2 for 2, which will put the number 3 on pole position for the pre-final. That'll take place at 12:40 local time here. But again, Martins Lapins trying to get closer still. Bernssons puts in another new fastest lap of the race, average speed 74 kilometers per hour. On to lap number 5, and the battle is really heating up between Bernssons and Lapins. And Lapins really trying to force the issue here, trying to force Carlos Bernssons into making a mistake, but at the moment the number 3 is not buckling under the pressure. Through turn 7 again. Now this time Lapins was mirroring Bernssons that time. Now through into turn 10, the slight left-hand kink up the hill onto the elevation change. Now into turn number 11 once again. Lap 5 completed. Bernssons and Lapins are now embroiled in their own battle with Klaus Jonas a further 0.8 back. And Lapins still trying to close in on Bernssons for the race lead here on lap number 6. And a little bit of a sweep wider there through turn 7 by Martins Lapins, who seems to be ably assisted by Emil Zachmans, a runner in the DD2 class. So we are going to be down to the wire here, 52, 2 laps to go now. Bernssons opens up a lead of half a second. Then it's an additional 1.3. Back to Remigius Klaus Jonas, Rodrigo Taurins, and Ivo Oss complete the top 5 as we head on. We are now on lap 7 out of 8. So we're coming down to the final few seconds. So final lap underway here at Smeltene for Micromax Heat 2. Carlos Bernssons opens up a lead of just 7.5 of a second. Martins Lapins still trying to close on in. But nevertheless, it's been a sterling performance here from Carlos Bernssons, who is going to book his place on pole position for the pre-final a little bit later on. It's the run down to the line. And after 6 minutes plus that all-important additional lap. It's going to be Carlos Bernssons out of the final corner, 2 for 2 for the number 3, winning convincingly after a good battle with Martins Lapins. And the gap between them being just over 9/10 of a second at the flag. Remedios Kriausiunas and Rodrigo Taurens with Ivo Os completing the grid. And there you go, Carlos Bernssons takes the win and books his place after a very, very convincing performance there in Micro Heat 1. So let's take you through the grid for Minimax Heat number 2. It's going to be Rodrigo Carcas starting from pole position with Heat 1 winner Jack Collinson alongside on the front row. Then Patrikas Jokas and Marco Plinta, row 2. Alex Menezes and Mikko Grantins, row 3 with Juris Pluxner, Martin Strijver, Dominic Stargis, Mark Skodanovs and Keita Spike rounding out the 11-strong grid. And there you see our updated graphics, so you can see some of the drivers. Jack Collinson running normally in the UK with Sam Pollitt Racing. Proud to be very much associated with this country, as I said yesterday. So let's see if Jack Collinson can do a number like he did at the beginning of the race, like yesterday. Well, the proof will be in the pudding, but multiple drivers managed to try and do that and were successful. And I'm sure that Mother Collinson dearest is watching at the moment. I hope you're keeping well. I know I'm probably not that far away from you, probably a few hours by car down south. But the drivers now starting to line up in formation, and they're getting into formation rather early, which is actually quite a good sign, because it means there's less probability of a false start. So this is where things get interesting, because if Kakers takes the win in this, he will be on pole based on time qualifying. But 6 minutes plus an additional lap remains in the heat stages. Into the tram lines. We do not go racing. So the drivers will go round for another tour of this 1,060 metre circuit. So the pressure is definitely coming to the front here. Now, these drivers will be competing for a ticket for the grand finals. So through turn number 9, go the field. So, second time of asking. Minimax, heat number 2. Let's see what transpires under the Smiltner Saturday morning sunshine. Here for round 2, heat 2 for Minimax. All 11 drivers rounded out by Cater Spike. Now ready. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. This time the green flag drops, and this time Kaka's able to anticipate what might happen on the race start, but Jack Collinson loses several positions. We've had, well, I can hear a screech of tyres. Oh, and we've got one off on the outskirts of turn number 1. So Jack Collinson lost 3 places in that exchange, and that is the 175. Cater Spike looks to be out of the race. A real shame for the young lady driver running with RM Latvia. I would imagine is related to Marta. But in the meantime, Patrikas Jokius is getting on with business and is right with Rodrigo Kakers as we come out of turn number 11 on the opening lap. Now the chase begins. Jokius sends it up the inside, and that's going to give the opportunity to Marco Plinter, who dive bombs through on Rodrigo Kakers. Alex Menezes and Jack Collinson round out the top 5, and they are in a very, very compacted train. It was 0.7 of a second covering the top 5. Joris Plugsner rounds out the top 6, followed by Martin Streber. So this is going to be a very, very close fought affair. So Jokius, Plinter, and now there's going to be a change, is there? Yes! Oh, Rodrigo Kakers gets unsighted there. That was Alex Menezes that I think got through. No, it was Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson went for the move at turn number 9. And now the Anglo-Latvian. I was trying to get my words out right there. It's not that easy when it's at this time in the morning in the United Kingdom. We're approaching 8:30 here in the United Kingdom, so hello from down south. Right, enough with that jocularity there, Goldschmidt. Come on, concentrate on the racing. So Patrikas Jokius, after the opening 2 laps, leads the way. So Cater Spike will not take any further participation in this race. We're down to 10 runners and riders. So Patrikas Jokius starting to open up a little bit of a lead over Marco Plinter. Rodrigo Kakers is still in 3rd. It was Jack Collinson on Joris Plugsner. That was the move earlier on, and that was the change for 4th place. We are heading towards half-time in this second and final heat for the Minimax division. And you see the gap between Plinter and Kakers was just over 0.16 of a second after the opening 3 laps. And now there's going to be a change. Oh, that's a sweet move through turn 5 by Rodrigo Kakers, but Marco Plinter keeps it pinned round the outside through turn 6, and here comes Jack Collinson. Now through into the left at 8. And Collinson's going to go for the move, is he? Oh, he does. Very smart there. Very smart there, Mr. Collinson. Well played. Went for the move, thought about it, then thought discretion was the better part of valor. And when I'm not going to try squeezing into that kind of gap because that would have caused an incident. 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, and still the racing is going on at a frighteningly quick pace. Meantime, Patrikas Jokius leads the way. The way things stand, Rodrigo Kakers is ahead of Jack Collinson. And if Collinson gets past him and Plinter, that is assuring him possibly of being on the pole position for the pre-final a little bit later on. And Jack Collinson dives up the inside. That's one move completed. So Collinson now past Kakars up to P3 and moving forward at a pace. And he's put in the fastest lap of the race. Let's see, has that improved? Jack Collinson did a 49.514 on his fastest lap. That was on lap 3. These drivers averaging 76 to 77 kilometers per hour. And Jack Collinson now needs to put another cart between himself and Rodrigo Kakars. Alex Menezes has, in the meantime, got past Juris Pluxner for P5. Martin Streber, Dominic Dargis, Mark Skononovs, and Mikko Grantins rounding out the 10 drivers still running. And Collinson's going to go for the move up the inside of Marco Plinter. That's second. That's the move that he needed to do. And at this late stage of the race, there's still 3 laps to go, including this one. And now, Rodrigo Kakars threaded the eye that he'd love the inside of Marco Plinter. Great move through at turn number 2 by the 153. It's very much game on between Kakars and Collinson for what is more than likely going to be pole position. And Collinson, because he's already got a heat win, he stays where he is. Well, he's taken a win. He's taken a third. Even if Kakars does get past him, it may not be enough. Or it might be enough. Well, we'll have to wait. The proof will be in the pudding on that one, as they say. Time has expired. We're now on our penultimate lap. Lap 8 out of 9. And Patrikos Jokius has managed to pull away the youngster from Lithuania. Now these days based out of Nice in France, not too far out of off the Côte d'Azur. Now doing a lot of air miles at the moment, Patrikos. Maybe you might need to share some with a good commentator, possibly. You never know. Can only ask. But Patrikos Jokius has a 1.4 second advantage, but Jack Collinson is keeping enough daylight between himself and Rodrigo Kakars. Final lap underway. Patrikos Jokius leads the way ahead of Jack Collinson, who's on course for pre-final pole position. But Rodrigo Kakars is about 800 metres to try and facilitate something to get through on the 191, running with MRG Racing. So through into turn 5, into 6, now into this very fast and very sweeping right-hander here at turn 7. Then into the left-hander at 8 for the right-hand hairpin at turn 9. Rodrigo Kakars is not going to make an indent because it looks like Jack Collinson has put himself on provisional pole for the pre-final, but winning Heat 2 by commanding victory, Patrikos Jokius wins the race in 1.5 seconds ahead of Jack Collinson, who provisionally puts himself on pole position for the pre-final later on. Rodrigo Kakars, Marco Plinter, Alex Menezes, Martin Streber, Juris Pluxner, Dominic Stargis, Mikko Grantins, Mark Skononovs round out the 10 finishers. And unfortunately, on the opening lap at turn 1, we lost Gator Spike. Well, after Mini-Max Heat number 2, we go to Junior Max Heat number 2, and here's your starting grid. Fernando Pereira will start from pole position, ahead of Tom Strela, alongside on the front row. Martins Valts and Adrian Tions will be on row number 2, ahead of Timothy Vladimirov and Hans Markus Narusk. Alizis Stolchamani starts from 7th, alongside will be Lithuania's Aloisas Sekavicius, with Gabriels Moises, Timas Peserica, Ottilia Granberger and Fredrik Kadastik rounding out the 12-strong grid. So, looks like we might have a birthday celebration a little bit later on. So the field makes its way towards turn 10 and 11. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap will decide who will be on pole position for the pre-final. Will it be Strela? Well, folks, join us on the roller coaster ride as we are about to find out. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Green flag drops. We're underway, and Tom Strela goes for the outside line on Fernando Pereira and takes the lead like exactly he did. But we've had a clash in the middle, and someone's lost their exhaust, and that is the 255 Hans Markus Narusk. Looks like that exhaust might not have been 100% secure before we went racing. And that brings out a yellow flag at turn 1. Oh, that is a real shame. Hans Markus Narusk. It's so easy for someone to go over the back of somebody else and then clobber the exhaust, and Alizis Stolchamani's on the move. Oh, dive bomb from the younger sister of Thomas Stolchamanis. Now she's up to 4th place. Tom Strela leads after the opening lap ahead of Fernando Pereira. And it's side by side a little bit further back between Valts and Moises. Actually, no, it was Peserica and Valts in the battle for P5 behind Stolchamani. But Hans Markus Narusk, well, a different fate befell the Estonian. But in the meantime, Adrian Tions trying to now go and get Fernando Pereira as they head through turn 8, now into the right-hander here at 9. Tions is going to wait to tee the move up. Adrian's moving up from Mini-Max last year into juniors. Competed for Team Latvia in the Mini-Max class at the Grand Finals, which took place amidst the sands of Bahrain on the Persian Gulf late last year, a couple of weeks before Christmas. But I spot that Alizis Stolchamani is starting to close in on the pair. The gap was 1 3/4 seconds. That gap looks to be a little bit less. 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Tom Strela starting to try and eke out a little bit of a lead. He did win by probably the best part of just over 0.8 of a second yesterday. And he looks to continue his run of form. Tom's has also not just won the Latvian Championship, I think he's also a previous Nordic Challenge winner. But with 4.5 minutes to go, well, that gap, just looking at the lap times here, Fernando Pereira just puts in a new fastest lap of the race, 46.942 seconds, and the gap between him and Tom Strela is now down to just over half a second. Oh, and we've had a bit of a draw. There is Sekavicius, Aloisa Sekavicius, and we've got possibly another kart involved, I would think. Ottilia Granberger maybe. There's going to be a yellow flag at that point on the circuit. So, well, Aloysius Sikavicius was running 8th at that point. So Sikavicius might have had an accident all on their own. A real shame for the Lithuanian Plenai racing team as we hit half-time. The main thing is I'm so glad to see Aloysius Sikavicius walk away under their own power. That is the main thing. I thought there was discomfort. I thought there might have been maybe a bit more severity behind that incident, but that's one good thing to see. Meantime, the battle at the front end of the field is closing up. Tom Strehler leads the way in the gap now, 0.433 of a second, with Fernando Pemre and Adrian Steons, top 3 covered by just over a second. Elisa Stolchamani is now 1.4 seconds behind Adrian Steons. The leader's averaging around 81 kph per lap. That's about 50 miles an hour. We head to the final third of this last heat for juniors. Tom Strehler from SM Racing, leading by just over 0.4 of a second. Another new fastest lap, Fernando Pemre. Only 6/100ths quicker than the race leader, but it is making a little bit of difference at the moment. The gap now just over 0.4. Tions, Stolchamani, Valds, Moises, Peserica, Vladimirov, Gramberger and Karastik round out the top 10. But at the moment, Fernando Pemre needs to make more inroads than he's not doing currently. Well, another new successive fastest lap by Fernando Pemre. So at this point, Fernando Pemre needs to be within 0.2 of a second of the back bumper of Tom Strehler to have any opportunity. 2 laps to go. The gap now, 0.354. And a new personal best by Tom Strehler. 46.6, dead on the nose. This is going to be very, very crucial what happens here now for this second heat. Now, if Pemre was to take the win, he finished second in Heat 1 yesterday, it would go to countback and effectively would go through to qualifying. Pemre put it on pole, Strehler was alongside on the front row. But this is going to be close. We are going to be down to our last lap this time. 3, 2, 1. Final lap this time around. So, lap 9 completed. Lap 10 underway, and Fernando Pemre is closing. That gap now 2 3/4 of a second. They have dropped Adrian Steons like a bad habit at the moment, and he's 1 3/4 seconds back from Pemre. Stolchamani, Valds, Moises, Peserica, Vladimirov, Gramberger, and Karastik round out the 10 that are still running. Sikavicius out on lap 3. And Narusk out with the exhaust, unfortunately removed from the back of the kart inadvertently through an incident on the opening corner of the opening lap. But it's not going to be enough for Fernando Pemre to do the business as Tom Strehler powers out of the final corner. The SM Racing driver, the 238, takes the win and books his place on pole position for the pre-final. Also with that will come 6 very well needed championship points for the 238. So, Tom Strada takes the win ahead of Fernando Permira. Adrian Stions takes third. Alizis Dolcemani in fourth ahead of Martin Svalts, Gabriel Moises, Timas Pesarica, Timothy Vladimirov, Ottilia Gramberger, and Freddy Karastik rounding out the 10 finishers. Well, Aloysius Sekavicius out on lap 3, and Hans Marcos Nusk didn't even make it past the first corner before being retired from the race. Now we go on to the second and final heat of the weekend for senior ROTAX. Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Sebastian Adari will be on the front row ahead of Jon Kaspar Joipera, with Artyom Sestakov completing the top two rows. Hopefully the 357 from MRG Racing will have a lot better opportunity this time around to place a little bit higher up the order. Bruno Perla and Ilya Sheremetyev round out the top three rows ahead of Oliver Kerg, with Galis Kirikovs rounding out the top four rows. Completing the top 10, it's Kate Drobiseva, and I noticed on Facebook that Carles Brikis has just turned 16 today. So many congratulations. Happy birthday to the 324. Oskar Savitsky and Marta Spike round out row 6 ahead of Roman Zrodyanovs. Rikards Rikstins and Petris Krastins round out the 15-strong grid. Set to get into battle for the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So the drivers now get themselves into formation, ready ahead of this race. And it could be a crucial one. So, well, they're being waved around again. No surprise. No surprise there. That gives them an opportunity to go round again. Full course yellow employed. So it is actually the responsibility of the front row that should have slowed them down a lot earlier. In forms of Dominguez and Adari. Dominguez from the Yogisu Karting Club. And he was the one doing the big jumps, just to pump himself full of adrenaline, ready to get back into the karts. So everyone starts slowing down before turn number 9 and start weaving from side to side. They will either try and get an additional. So Dominguez now slots into position. Adari pulls alongside with Joipera and now Sestakovs. Now everyone's starting to bunch up together. So out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, green flag drops straight away, and Adari towards the outside. They've got to be very, very careful in this opening hairpin. Artyom Sestakovs manages to keep out of harm's way at this particular juncture. Field makes its way through, now in towards turn number 5. So Kalis Kirikovs moving up ahead of Oliver Kerg. Marta Spike dropping behind Roman Zrodyanovs. So looks like yesterday, Bruno Perla was one of the drivers moving forward. He's now currently up from 5th to 3rd. There's going to be an overtake attempt, and that was completed. That was Oliver Kerg on, I think that might have been Sebastian Adari being passed by Oliver Kerg. Bruno Perla now getting on with things, as he's got Joipera just in front with Dominguez leading the way. So Rodyanov's down to 13th. Kirikov's down to 9th. Sestakov's now down to 6th behind Adari. Top 3 starting to try and effect a breakaway ahead of Oliver Kerg. Joipera looking to stick his nose up the inside through turn number 9. Oh, moment there! Oh, big moment for Bruno Perla coming out of turn number 9. Went wide and on the grass. Managed to catch it. And that's lost him big time there. Joipera starts going on offensive against Dominguez through turn 1. And Bruno Perla's back on their case straight away. And now Oliver Kerg joining the fray. Top 4 completed by just under 9/10 of a second after the opening 2 laps, which have been relatively calm and quiet in consideration with senior ROTAX. But there are trains starting to breakaway. Artyom Sestikovs now has got the wind beneath his side pods and is starting to chase the 4 in front down as Joipera was looking for a move up the inside of Dominguez, who's starting defence, and it compromises Perla. It goes straight into the back of Joipera, and that nearly opens the door for Oliver Kirk going through into turn 1. Oh, dearie me. And now Bruno Perla's now trying to hustle things around. He's going to try and keep it around the outside of turn 3. That ain't going to work there. And round the outside of him goes Oliver Kirk for P3. Sestikovs now gets through. Sestikovs through at turn 5. Oh, my goodness me. How luck favours the brave. And now this has really kicked off. Marta Spike rounding out the top 10. Kate Drobiseva now 8th. With Oscar Savitsky. Savitsky might have a mechanical black flag showing his way because the left-hand side pod is askew and it's pointing upwards. That is a safety risk. Oh, we've had more dramas. That is the 312. Sebastian Adari from AGS Racing is out. Is there somebody else? Because I've seen Kate Drobiseva drop right to the bottom of the timing screen. So was Kate Drobiseva also fortunately collected in that incident. Well, now we've got a real fight on our hands because Carlos Kirikos joins the back of this 7, what was a sextet, now a septet of drivers. But Johannes Dominguez leads the way. Oh, and that is Kate Drobiseva. So she was collected in the incident. And Adari now starting to speak to the marshal, who says, right, you need to get to safety. I'm not having the discussion with you. You need to get to safety. So that has changed the complexity of this race. Dominguez now has a lead. It was 5.5 tenths of a second. It is more than that. Now, Oscar Savitsky has a side pod. I'm not 100% comfortable with him running like that because that side pod is compromised. But obviously it's down to the race officials to make that decision. And, well, Oliver Kirk has gotten through for P3. And now up the inside, well, Savitsky's lost a big amount of places. That side pod in its current position is hampering his progress. And he's losing places because now behind him in 7th is Bruno Perla, and then will be Marta Spike in the number 366, the RM Latvia Sodi kart. Dominguez continues to lead by 8.5 tenths of a second. We head on to the final minute and a half plus an additional lap of this race. Dominguez leads ahead of Joipera, Kirk, Sestikovs, Kirikovs, Savitsky, Perle, Spike, Rodinovs, Sheremetyev, Brikis, Rikstins and Krastins rounding out the 13 still running on the circuit. You saw the stricken AGS Racing Team kart of the 312 of Estonia's Sebastian Adari is up the inside. That was a move for third. Sestikovs looking very racy, trying to get through on Oliver Kirk, but that allowed Carlos Kirikos to get through. Talk about opportunistic. Now it's going to be the case. Can Artyom Sestikov start fighting back and go for P3? Well, he's got the 2 in front very much in his crosshairs. Oscar Savitsky starting to fight away with Bruno Perla. Marta Spikes and Romans Rodinovs is closing on in as well. So this is getting incredibly, incredibly close for these drivers in the latter stages of this race with 15 seconds on the timer to go. But we are literally, well, final lap is underway and the battle has really started kicking off behind Oliver Kurg, it looks like. And, oh, Marta Spike trying to get through on Oscar Savierski. Oh, no! Big incident! And I saw a wheel, a left rear wheel, go up into the air alongside Marta Spike on our right-hand side. Oh, no. That was coming at a turn number 4. There was no sense of urgency. Someone was desperate to get past. But at the end of it all, when the dust has settled, the clean-up crew has got a task on their hands after this one. It is going to be Tonis Johannes Dominguez that is going to take the win by over 9.5 tenths of a second. It was Roman Rodionovs. I think that had the wheel in the air. Tonis Johannes Dominguez takes the win in Heat 2 for seniors. Out of Jörg Kaspar Jopera, Oliver Kurg running at the top 3. Artyom Sesnikov's 4th, ahead of Carlis Kirikov's Oscar Savierski in 6th, ahead of Bruno Perle with Carlis Brigius, Ilya Sheremetyev, Roman Rodionovs running at the top 10. Marta Spike and Richard Riksins and Peteris Krastins round out the 13 finishers. And unfortunately, on lap 3, through an incident, we lost Sebastian Adari and Kate Droba. So, green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. And what we see now, here is your starting positions. Thomas Pearsons, Heat 1 winner yesterday, starts on pole position. Alongside him will be Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis. Devin Sigardi and Manovskis round out 2, ahead of Andreas Sukal with Elmar Mikkelsen completing row 3. Martin Janovskis and Zemis round out row 4, ahead of Harold Kakaklis, Fritzai, Rickard Skalnseams, Jurisalaitis, Martins Rollet, Ivas Us, and Martin completing the 15-strong total grid. So after this, we'll have 2 more races to go before we hit the end of the heat stages, and then everything will be decided for the pre-finals. And then we up the ante and also up the stakes at the same time. The person that puts himself on pole position for the pre-finals will then gain an automatic 6 championship points. Adds a little bit of a spice to the mix, meaning that the heat stages are just as important. So into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Green flag drops straight away. And we're off and racing. Devin Sigardi slots in behind Thomas Birsins as Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis gets hung out to dry. Speed by Andres Ubkau as there's a bit of a scurry in the mid-pack. Through into turn number 3 on the opening tour. But Thomas Birsins starting to lead the way. Sigardi, Malinovskis. Looks like it's Ubkau that's gone up into P3. Lochmelis at the top 4, ahead of Malinovskis. Birsins leads the way after the opening lap. And leads by 4.5 tenths of a second. Sigardi still trying to keep the 4.11 from MRG Racing, very, very honest. Ubkau in third, ahead of Lochmelis. Garkaklis still leads the way and has got a kart between himself and Ricards Kalnseams. Said kart is Christian Zemes in the 4.05, rounds out the top 9. 5.5 minutes to go, and Birsins looking to expand that lead. Now goes up to over 0.55 of a second. Oh, now that was a bit of a mistake by Ubkau, who's just had Malinovskis round the outside at turn number 2. Great display there by the 441, using all of the track and then some to get on through. Janovskis is now also factoring into this, but it looks like Ubkau has retaken that position. So this is a big old scrap, but dive bomb again. Oh, at a moment there for Ubkau, who I think got a little bit of a tap from Martins Janovskis. Looks to be the case, a little tap coming out of turn number 9. Up the inside of the 499 of Andres Ubkau goes Almars Mikkelsens in the 471. So Malinovskis being hunted down by the likes of Janovskis. They've also got the 405. Christian Zemes now in 6th and chasing. Like Christian Zemes has got a Shapers Racing livery on there. Yes, he has. Well, that's a Kart Republic chassis. Oh, late lunge and then some by Janovskis. That nearly opened the door for Jean Zemes to get through, and now they've got Mikkelsens. So if I see Wesley and the team at Shepherds Racing this weekend, which I will do tomorrow at the 5th round of Chrono Karting's Dutch Championship for ROTAX. Funny thing is, after this broadcast is finished, I'm straight off into the car and off to Germany. But very, very close indeed. After this, we'll have 2 more races to go. But DD2 and DD2 Masters putting on a firecracker right about now. And even though there's a big old gap, 2.2 seconds between Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis in third, and Matis Malinovskis in fourth. There's our race leader, Tomasz Birsins. For MRG Racing, and it's an MRG Racing 1-3, thanks to Lochmelis in third place. Sigardi, Piggy in the middle, meeting the MRG sandwich as the AGS Racing driver. It's still an enticing battle from fourth backwards. There's 6 drivers battling away, being led by Matis Malinovskis, 4-4-1. Martin Janovskis, Christian Zemes and Elmars Mikkelsons. Follow that up with Andreas Subkaup from the AGS Racing team, the one of 4 Estonians in this. There has been dramas for Pritsai in the meantime. And Harolds Garkaklis still leading for the Birla Baltics team. And I hope you're watching Ragnar Virdus, who has run with them previously. Garkaklis still leads, and leads by a comfortable margin over Jurisalaitis. The highest I've seen Zalaitis quite a time. That was a bit close of comfort. Janowski is saying to Malinovskis, what are you doing? And that's allowed Christian Zemes straight away through at the inside of turn 2. Oh, dearie me. Martin Janowskis should have not been having one hand off of the wheel and telling Matis Malinovskis what to do and what not to do. Malinovskis had the racing line, let's say. Of course, there will be difference of opinion, but from what I saw, well, I think Janowskis went a bit too deep and was a bit too late. However, Sean Zemes is very, very calculating and gets through at the final corner. Great move there by the 405. That puts him up to 4th place. Tomasz Birsins still leads the way by a second. Devin Sigardi being closed on in by Patrick Knowles Lochmelis, who last time around was over a 1/10 of a second quicker. It's not going too well for Janowskis, is it? It's like he's been put into a pit manoeuvre formation. ROTAX DD2 style. He's got Elmars Mikkelsons and Andreas Upkau trying to close on in. 10 seconds on the timer. Will we see 2 more laps? Yes, we will. As up the inside, that was Mikkelsons. I think that, well, Mikkelson's making a move. All I'm going to say is this. Garkaklis is right with them. Harolds is with you. You're going to have to watch your 6, guys. You're going to have to watch it. Timer has expired. 1 more lap to go after this. We're on lap 10 out of 11. And the big battle now is also between these 2 drivers here. Devin Sigardi and Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. Last lap underway. Tomasz Birsins leads comfortably. Gap now just under 9/10 of a second. Lochmelis was saying to Sigardi, right, sunshine. Move out of the way. Lochmelis coming through. It's the freight train. Nearly got the job done. Well, Rickard's Kaunzims has now dropped to 14th overall behind Pritsai. He's now moved up a couple of spots, but we are coming towards the end of this final lap of the heat stages. For DD2 and DD2 Masters, Birsins will be on pole for the pre-final. Sigardi second, Lochmelis third, Sean Zemes, Malinovskis, Janowskis. That's your top 6. Mikkelsons takes 7th ahead of Andreas Upkau. But there is your race winner overall, Tomasz Birsins, the 411. Garkaklis takes the win again and puts himself on DD2 Masters pole position. Jurisalaitis, Ivarasus, Martin Sororis, Pretsai, Rikards Kalnseams, and Martin Silt round out the 15 finishers. Next up, it's Amateur DD2, Masters, and Heavy. So let's take a look through the starting grid for Amateur DD2, Masters and Heavy. Well, Rodrigo Frams will have an attempt at redemption this morning, as he'll be on pole position again ahead of Edmund Zuskovics, who took the win in the first heat yesterday. Azos and Kristaps Garliksons will round out row number 2. Marcos Spikis, Maris Lochmelis, Martin Spikis, Edgars Brisis and Dimitrios Antunovics round out the 9-strong grid. So, of course, if you might remember yesterday, we did have 2 full starts, which then prompted a red flag. So let's see if we can get things hopefully underway at the first time of asking. So, out of the final corner, revs rise, this time with green flag racing, and a good start by the field as they make their way into turn number 1. Oh, Zuskovics gets muscled out from second position and now ends up in third, side by side, a little bit further back for seventh. Not going to be easy for these drivers over the next 6 minutes, plus an additional lap. But Rodrigo Frams this time has got a lead, and it's a comfortable one. 1 second after, or close to, around about a second after the opening lap, with Zuskovics, Os, Markus Pikis, Kristaps Kalixons. Good to see Marcis Sternbergs. Let's go, Rodrigo. Obviously, Rodrigo Frams, I would imagine you're talking about there. So we will have Tillet and T4 bringing us to the lunch break very, very shortly after this race. But with the sunshine plentiful here in Smiltene, it is great conditions for racing. Drivers really having to muscle the carts around the corners. A lot of twists and turns here at this 1,060-metre circuit here at Smiltene. Part of the Teperis Sporta complex with a nearby football field, athletics track in the close locality. So a little bit further back, there's the 523 of Markus Pikis, closing in on the 588 of Azos as Maris Lochmelis gets past Dimitris Antunovics for 7th place. And you can just see how more brazen Markus Pikis is in terms of the entry and exits of corners. Running a little bit wider, trying to find the optimum grip on the Sodi cart to really help push it forward. Sodi cart, new look for the French manufacturer. One of the multiple chassis partners announced for this year's ROTAX MAX Challenge Grand Finals. But Edmunds Zuskovics is closing in on Rodrigo Frams, who is just trying to do his level best. You can see the amount of effort the 421 on the Birlot is putting in. Through into turn 7, minute adjustments on the steering wheel. Zuskovics has got that gap down. That's going to be more than halved. Oh, moment there through turn number 9. But Edmunds Zuskovics in the 551 Cosmic. But now he's right with him. Gap was nearly 7/10. Now it's been nigh on halved. Well, at least over a third has been taken away. It's now down to 4.5 tenths after 5 laps of racing. But with 2.5 minutes to go, look how tight Rodrigo Frams was on towards the apex of that turn 7 sweeper. But after a DNF in the opening race yesterday, I did say it was very much a case of redemption in this race. So just under 2 minutes to go. Rodrigo Frams now starting to be pressurised by Edmunds Zuskovics. in the number 5, 5-1. They come through turn number 7. You can see the back end of the Cosmic chassis was very close to stepping out on the left rear. Zuskovic still able to keep it under control for the meantime. So 3 laps to go, including this one that we've now just started. So lap 7 completed. On to lap 8. Gap now between first and second, 6/10. There are times when Zuskovic is able to close up on Frams, but then the 421 finds grip from somewhere. Oh, that was close going through turn 5 there. Very close through turn 5. Zuskovic had that run. It's like turns 3 and 4. And now looking into the final corner, Zuskovic dives from way back when, pulling a Danny Rick. Lick the stamp and send it, why don't you? And he gets through, and now that is 0.3 of a second advantage to the 551 with just 2 laps remaining in this final heat for DD2 Amateur, Masters and Heavy. And credit to Rodrigo Frams for holding on for so long. And apart from that, there hasn't been any other real changes. Marcus Spikis has dropped off the back of Edzos, the tune of about 1.2 seconds, but Rodrigo Frams now thinks of an opportunity, and it could happen. The timer has expired. We've got 1 more lap to go as they head up the hill through into turn number 11, and Frams puts the boot on the other foot and retakes the race lead going on to the final lap. So Frams leads the way ahead of Zuskovic, and it's going to be down to the wire. What will Zuskovic have in his box of magic tricks? Will he be able to get through on Frams, as Frams takes the traditional racing line through 5 into 6? Now into the right-hander here at turn 7. You see that Zuskovic just winds up by letting the kart drift out a little bit wider through the corners to get the run and get that extra couple of kilometers an hour of traction coming in out that corner, but it might not be enough this time. Through into turn number 11 for the final time, and it is going to be Rodrigo Frams that takes the win ahead of Edmund Zuskovic. Edzos, Marcus Spikis, they round out the top 4. 5th is Kristaps Kalixons, and Martin Spikis and Maris Lochmelis come across the line nearly line astern at the end of that race. With just waiting for the last couple of drivers to come across the line. Edgars Brisis and Dimitris Antunovics rounds out the 9 finishers, with Rodrigo Frams taking the win in what was an exciting duel at the front of the field. So, the low, bassy rumble of Tillet and T4 brings us to the final race of the heat stages for round 2 of the championship season. Here's your starting grid for Tillet and T4 Heat 2. Christopher Kalnier and Davis Salmons round at the start on the front row. Daniels Beresins and Kirill Dmitrievs rounds out row number 2. Elizabeth Johan Zulce, who won Heat 1 yesterday amidst drama on the final lap, will line up on the inside of row 3, joined by Hannes Gladkins. Rudolf Beresins and Rudolf Rupenis round out row 4 with Oris Maris, with Sperger and Arthazeng completing the 11-strong grid. 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And it was drama for Zalmans yesterday, having trying to go on for a last-ditch overtake on the last lap at turn 9, thereby collecting Christopher Kalnier, who would eventually round out the top 5, and Zalmans would be all the way down at the bottom of the classification after the opening race. Drivers go onto their formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here at Smiltene. So the drivers will now get into their starting positions, and it will be down to Christopher Kalnier and Davis Salmons to control the rolling start as they come out of turn number 9. Kalnier should now pull to the right-hand side to allow Zalmans to pull alongside him on the front row. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap into the tram lines, revs rise, green flag waves, and we are underway. Daniels Beresins looks to the inside, through on turn 1 on Davis Salmons, who goes onto the dust and kicks it up into the air, and now loses 3rd position and drops to 4th on the early exchanges on the opening 2 corners. Now trying to get back through is the 9:49. On Kirill Dmitrievs in the 9:65. Through into turn 7 they go. And Daniels Beresins closing in on Christopher Kalnier for that race lead. Out of turn 9. Kalnier looks over the right shoulder. And Dmitrievs says to Salmons, right, stop fighting me. Let's go after the leaders. That distinctive rumble and that low maintenance 4-stroke engine as Salmons up the inside. Through at turn 2. And now says to the 2 behind, which includes Elizabeth Zulce, come on, stop fighting me. This is early in the race. Let's go after the race leaders. And now that Salmons has a little bit of an opportunity, he's got some clear air. That could help him big time. We're only a minute and a half into this race, and still so after lap number 2, Kalnier still leads. Daniels Beresins still in second. Zalmans now up into 3rd ahead of Dmitrievs when we saw that overtake through on the inside at turn number 2. Top 2 covered by just over 3 tenths. As Daniels Beresins closing in on Christopher Kalnier for the race lead as they come through turn number 7 once again. 4 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap still remain on the timer. As they come out of turn number 9, through into the left-hand kink and up the hill in towards turn 10, the 90-degree right-hander, which will bring us on to the completion of lap number 3. Gap now .317, so not much between them. Salmons, Dimitrievs, Zulce, Rupenis, Gladkins, Rudolf Berzins, Oresmaris, Dacic Rosberger, Arthur Seng, still running on the circuit. All 11 drivers still running after the opening 3 laps with just over 4 minutes to go. Plus an additional lap of racing, which will take us nicely into our pause, our technical break or lunch break. Get it Smilton up. And it's definitely getting a bit dicey between Dimitrievs and Zulce for that 4th place. The 925 trying to hustle her way past the number 65 in 4th position, and she's closed right on in as they go up the hill. Once again, looks to the outside of Zulce. She tries to get the cut back on the number 965. But at this point, Elizabeth unable to make the move stick or get through thereof. Elizabeth Karnit leading the way, has the best lap of the race on lap 3, 51.557. As the 925 continues to pressurise the 95 for 4th place and through into turn 7. However, Gladkins looking up the inside of Rupenis, who drifts wide. Oh! Rupenis completely sideways, held onto that one and nearly met her demise with the grassy bank on the left of that fast right-hander at turn 7. Meantime, Zulce again on the offensive. Karni still leads. Beres in 2nd, Salmons 3rd. Dimitrievs and Zulce round out the top 5. Aris Gladkins now ahead of Rudolf Rupenis. And still, the battling has been absolutely tooth and nail throughout this T4 Latvia Heat 2. Dimitrievs and Zulce still hold on to 4th and 5th respectively, but there could be an opportunity for the 925 to get through for that 4th place. Now, considering the fact that Christopher Skalnet did take pole position, is leading the race, but if Elizabeth Zulce does not get past Kirill Dimitrievs, this could be a fact that she might not get into pole position for the pre-final, but dives up the inside through at turn 1 and unable to make the move complete. So much skill with these Tillets and T4s, 4-stroke, I think 265cc engines or 295cc engines, all on an international style chassis. And you can see that Zulce just starting to rub bumpers with Dimitrievs as they came through out of turn number 7 on lap 7 of this race. Just over a minute to go. And Zulce looks over the right shoulder to see how far Gladkins is, and is quite a distance behind, about 1.1 seconds. So, just over, I think it's 3 laps to go. Christopher Skalnet looking very, very steady, very, very comfortable in 1st place as we head into the final 25 seconds plus an additional lap. And look at the run that Zulce gets on Dimitrievs going through turn 7, now into 8 on the run down to the right hand hairpin here at turn number 9. So timer counting down. And Kalnick crosses the line with 3 seconds remaining, so 2 to go. That means that Zulce's got just over 2 kilometres to get past Dimitrievs for that 4th place. And that could put her on the front row of the grid, possibly. More than likely, might be the well, it might put her on pole, considering the fact that Daniels Beresins was 4th in Heat 1 and is 2nd at the moment. Christopher Skalnet, 5th, Heat 1, leads the way. Timer has expired. 1 more lap to go after this. Elisabetta Zulce, if she gets, I think if she gets fourth, she could be on pole position for the pre-final. It's either win it, it's got to be go for glory, go for broke for the 925 as we head on to the final lap of this race. And now dives to the left, dives to the right, tries the old Nigel Mansell dummy back from the 1990s in Formula One from his time at Williams. But at the moment, well, still with that battle happening, Christopher Kalnick is 9/10 of a second ahead of Daniels Berezins, who leads the way. There is Dimitrevs and Zulce again still battling away. And there's also Haris Gladkins, who is closing on in. This could be the deciding factor as the final lap about to come to its conclusion, thereby closing the heat stages for this round of the championship season. Christopher Kalnick will now take the checkered flag and win Heat 2. And is it going to be enough? It's not going to be enough. Elisabetta Zulce might be on the front row of the grid on the outside for the pre-final. But there is your race winner, Christopher Kalnick, the number 915. Ahead of Daniels Berezins, Davis Salmons rounds out the top three ahead of Kirill Dimitrevs, with Elisabetta Zulce rounding out the top five. Haris Gladkins, Rudolf Strupenis, Daci Grossberger, Oris Maris, Rudolf Toms Berezins, and Arthur Zeng round out the 11 finish, all completing the 10 laps of heat number 2. Well, folks, that is it for the morning's action here at Smeltene for round 2 of the ROTAX Max Challenge Latvia season, the Latvian Karting Cup, and the Latvian Karting Championship. Now the dust settles, we go to a little bit of a respite, and I'll be back just before 20 to 1 this afternoon as we get ready for the pre-finals here at Smeltene. Well, after the customary lunch break, we are back and ready for the first set of finals. Well, we've got the pre-finals coming up very, very shortly, where we up the time that the drivers will be out on circuit, but also up the strategy that these drivers are going to have to use. Of course, the temperatures in Smiltene at the moment, of course, it's blue skies up above, clear weather, and a very, very dry track. Temperatures set to hit around about 21 degrees Celsius, but sometimes the wind will make it feel like it's a little bit cooler. The wind still has staying around about the same as per the forecast. On the bottom left hand corner of your screens, a big thank you to everyone that has watched so far on the YouTube channel. So please don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also if you are watching on the our official Facebook page, please don't forget to give the page a like, and also like and share the video, the live stream, whilst it's all going on. It's Alex Goldschmidt back here in the commentary position. We are around about 3 minutes away, so very shortly we'll have the dummy grid cleared. The 3-minute board going out, so all mechanics must move away from the drivers. Of course, slight difference being that of Tillet and T4. So the finals coming up, we have 8 minutes plus an additional lap for micro and mini, 10 minutes plus an additional lap for all other classes. Then the finals start at 2:30 p.m. local time. If you're in the UK, that'll be 1:30 midday. Continental Europe will be 1:30 in the afternoon. Then micro and mini will be around the track for 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Tillet and T4, who will close off the action here today, will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap, and all other classes will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So this circuit, 1,060 meters. You can see the acres of countryside in the background with it's like a telephone pole right smack bang in the middle. But there you see the lush countryside, the amount of forestry surrounding this very, very twisty, very, very momentum-based circuit here in Smiltene. It marks the second round of the 6-round calendar for ROTAX MAX CHALLENGE LATVIA, where at the end of this season in Madwana on the 21st of September, we will be giving away a ticket to one of the following classes. A ticket to Minimax, one driver within, one to, if I remember correctly, I think it was DD2, well, it was Minis, DD2, Junior, and DD2 Masters. One ticket available in each class, and that is for this year's ROTAX MAX Challenge Grand Finals. It's always a good sign, seeing one of the youngsters get learning about marshalling duties. Not everyone can go racing, but without the help of the men and women in orange, especially this young man here, we would not be going racing. So the 30-second board being shown to the drivers. So Carlos Berensons, as a result of winning the opening 2 heats, picks up 6 championship points, with everyone scoring points so far. So Martins Lapins, 5 points secured by finishing second, ahead of Remedios Kliausiunas, Rodrigo Taurins and Ivo Os. So the green flag waves here at Smiltene as we start the business end of round 2 of the season. Here is your starting grid for the pre-final for Micromax. So after 2 straight heat wins, plus also pole position in time qualifying, Carlos Berensons will lead the field away from pole position. Martins Lapins will be alongside on the front row. Remedios Criauciunas and Rodrigo Taurins will round out row number 2, ahead of Ivo Os in the number 58, who completes the 5-strong grid. So 8 minutes set on the timer, plus an additional lap. It's going to be down to Carlos Berensons and Martins Lapins that will put themselves on the front row and thereby control the pace. So, will it be 3 for 3 for Carlos Berensons? Well, we are about to find out. Into the tram lines. Oh, third race begins. Third false start. So, around they go for another tour. So, second time of asking. Will we get the green flag dropping this time? Out of the final corner, into the tram lines this time. Oh. Now the... Oh, yes, red flag. I was just about to say that the green flag dropped and then the start line marshal instantly retracted it. So we now have a red flag stoppage. Oh, that's a good way to start the afternoon, isn't it? Well, our man on the front of the grid, well, on the start-finish line, so the drivers will now line up. And now being given instructions to Berensons and Lapins. So those are the drivers on the front row. So race starters not 100% happy, but calmly saying to them, right, this is how we need you to play this. So the drivers will now make their way around this circuit one more time. And what's more, they've got to get it right with regards to the start. So the drivers now lined up in formation as they head through turn 9. And it is going to be something interesting to watch as to how the start pans out after the green flag drops. This is the third time we have attempted a start in this pre-final. You can tell the nerves are setting in with the drivers as they come out of the final corner into the tram lines. This time the lights go out and we are underway. And a good start by the pole sitter as Ivo Os trying to get the move around. Ivo Os with a howitzer of a high, wide and handsome overtake round the outside of Rodrigo Taurins. Meantime, Remigius Kriausiunas has got through on Martins Lapins for P2. So the drivers getting up to full racing speed. Benetons takes a look over the left shoulder, over the right shoulder, as they head into turn 11 on the opening lap. Top 3 line astern as they complete the opening tour, covered by just over 0.46 of a second. Ivo Os ahead of Rodrigo Taurins. The gap between them is about 1/10 and a half. And Martins Lapins getting very, very close to the back bumper of Remigius Kriausiunas. But it is getting very, very close indeed between the two drivers battling over second and third position. And again, Lapins getting ever so close to the back bumper of Kriausiunas. Gap between them last time around after the opening 2 laps was 0.2 of a second. This is allowing Carlos Bensons to pull away into the distance. Was 0.7 of a second ahead of P2, occupied by Kriausiunas by 0.7 after the opening 2 laps, but Lapins was looking, and Kriausiunas just had the purchase and the pace to keep it pinned around the outside of that 11th and final corner, that 90 right-hander. You're having to brake for it uphill. Now Lapins looks for the move. That's through at turn 5. So Martins Lapins retakes second position. In the meantime, Rodrigo Taurins has got through on Ivo Os for 4th place. And they're going to be... Oh, and Ivo Os is just spotted the background. Oh dear, through turn 7, the number 58 has pirouetted around and I think managed to rejoin the circuit. But Carlos Bensons continues to lead the way. The gap last time round was just under a second. Now it's 1.7. And with it, a new fastest lap of this race for the race leader. So Carlos Bernsson's on lap 4 did a 51.623. There's still 4 minutes plus an additional lap of this race. This Micromax pre-final still remaining. Remigijus Kriausiunas trying to close the gap on Martins Lapins for second place. The gap now is 0.33. And Lapins was slightly quicker than the Lithuanian on the number 99. And Carlos Bernssons has nearly an unassailable lead of near 0.1 seconds as we head into the second half, which has been nearly we've nearly had a minute completed in this second half of this pre-final. 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And with clear track in front, Carlos Bernssons able to push. Now puts the gap up to 2.5 seconds, nigh on. And also with it, put in a 51.792. Martins Lapins, 52.2. Remigijus Kriausiunas, 52.181. I think we're probably going to make, well, the way things are going at the moment, it is more than likely going to be the case of nearly 4 laps to go. $51.919 for Martins Lapins and $51.918 for Remigijus Kriausiunas. The gap between P1 and P2 now stems at nearly 2.5 seconds as the battle for second intensifies. Kriausiunas swarming all over the back of Martins Lapins, but Carlos Bernssons has cantered away into the distance. But this second place battle is very hotly contested. Kriausiunas wanting to get past Lapins for that second place. Might help push up their case for maybe a championship push. Excuse me. And Lapins still keeps Kriausiunas at bay. There's going to be 2 more laps to go for the pre-final. Bernsson's lead now 3.4 seconds and climbing. On to lap 10 out of 11. But the timer has now officially expired. And the next time around, the final corner goes Carlos Bernssons. Number 3 will see exactly the sign he's wanted. Final lap of this pre-final. Then it's a little bit of respite before 2:30 p.m. local time here in Latvia for the first of the finals. 7 of which we have, and 7 pre-finals in total too. Martins Lapins has put on a defensive masterclass, just putting the kart exactly where he needs to. Don't overwork yourself. Try and tire out your opponent. But as second and third come out of turn number 9, let's concentrate on the race leader, who is going to make it 3 for 3. Carlos Bertons does it again here at Sviltena, winning ahead of Martins Lapins, Remigijus Kriausiunas. There is Rodrigo Taurins. We want to have a little wait for Ivo Os, who unfortunately found himself on the outside of the shoulder realm, let's say. So, up now is going to be Minimax, and their starting grid will be as follows. Following on from the ranking after the heats, Jack Collinson starts from pole position, alongside will be Patrikas Jokius on the front row. Rodrigo Garkers and Marco Blinter round out row number 2, ahead of Alex Menezes, Martin Streber. They round out the top 3 rows. Joris Bluxner, Mikkel Grantins, Dominic Stargius, Marcus Kononovs, and Kenta Spike round out the 11-strong grid. Set to go into battle over the next 8 minutes, plus an additional lap. So now the field concertinas together at a snail-like pace. Ahead of 8 minutes, plus an additional lap. Jack Collinson looking to maybe get himself a little bit more in terms of being at the sharp end of the field. He's been very, very quick so far this season. Of course, all of the track he's gone to so far this season, such as Shaolei, such as Gandava, such as here at Smeltena. It's a new experience, but his raw pace and speed are more than making up for it. So, Collinson and Jokius on the front row. 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag. Does it drop first time? Yes, it does. And away we go. Great move by Rodrigo Kakas. Oh, Patrikas Jokius loses big time positions and has dropped down to, I think that's 7th place, which is now confirmed by line of sight. Jack Collinson leads the field through into the infield section for the opening tour. There is the 125, well, the 126 of Alex Menezes ahead of Rodrigo Kakers, who put it on pole position in yesterday's time qualifying session. And now Jack Collinson starting to break away early. A little bit of smoke or dust in the background going through into turn 9. As now Kakers looks for the move up the inside, but goes a little bit deep. Goes deep into the corner, and Alex Menezes retakes second. Marco Plinter rounds out the top 4 ahead of Martin Streber, with Patrikos Iokius rounding out the top 6 at the minute. But Jack Collinson, after the opening lap, stormed to a 9.5 of a second advantage early doors. And that is making all the difference. The pure rocket-like speed of the 191 has really showcased his potential, not just in continental Europe, but also in the Baltic states. As now Rodrigo Kakers looks to the inside through the final corner. Is he going to run wide again, or it's the same scenario? Menezes was line astern. Plinter now followed by Iokius, who's got past Martin Streber. Mikkel Grantins, Juris Blugsner, Dominic Dargis, Marks Kononovs and Keita Spike all still competing in this pre-final. And up the inside, well, that was a move by Kakers on Menezes. So Rodrigo Kakers, the RM Latvia driver, now up into P2 once again. Jack Collinson's lead, 1.4 seconds. Now up the inside goes Marco Plinter on Menezes. That has also allowed Iokius to get through. He's now going to try and dive up the inside through the final quarter for third, and the Lithuanian gets through. And then there's more dramas. Plinter drops down to 6th on the completion of lap number 3 after that howitzer of a late move up the inside through the final corner by Lithuania's Patrikos from the GS Racing Club. But at the moment, with this stage of this race, with 5 minutes and 1 lap to go, Jack Collinson on lap 3 out of 3. We're on lap 4 at the moment. Now has a lead of 1.8 seconds. Rodrigo Kakers, Patrikos Iokius, Alex Menezes and Martin Streber round out the top 5 places. Plinter, Grantins cover the top 7. They're covered by 2 3/4 tenths. And Patrikos Iokius now starting to respond. New fastest lap by the driver in 3rd position. 49.6 dead. And to be honest with you, Jack Collinson is more than matching him on pace. He's nearly identical to about the tune of 76 thousandths of a second. 49.676 for Collinson. Kakers 49.887. Iokius 49.6. Menezes 49.943. Martin Streber 49.978. So all of the top 5 have gone at least sub 50 seconds once during this race. And Patrikos Iokius is getting on with the business at hand. Now closing in on Rodrigo Kakers, a new fastest lap. Well, not quite a new fastest lap, but there is an exchange between Mikkel Grantins in 6th and Alex Menezes in 5th. However, if Patrikos Iokius wants to close in on Jack Collinson, he's got to get past Rodrigo Kakers very, very quickly indeed. And that is something easier said than done. And Jack Collinson, after 5 laps, has nearly a 2.2 second advantage. We've got just over 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Jack Collinson just tinkling the ivory, so to speak, playing the game, and is running his own race. 2.2 seconds is now the new lead distance. And Collinson once more to respond. Has just gone quicker than anybody else on the circuit. 49.560 for the 191. And this now gives Collinson the opportunity to get additional points towards the championship score. What's more, he's gapped Rodrigo Kakers like as if it was nothing. 2 1/4 seconds to the good for the Anglo-Latvian in the race lead. So lap 7 completed. Oh dear, Cater Spike having another drama, I'm afraid, today. The 175 is out on lap number 6. We have got yellow flags out, so no overtaking permitted. Otherwise, there will be a slam dunk penalty from race control. That was coming out of turn 6 and on the run through into this right-hander here at turn 7. So Cater Spike, unfortunately, won't make it to the checkered. However, dive bomb up the inside. That was the... I think that was Alex Menezes, possibly. Well, it was Marco Plinta, looked like, on Mikkel Grantins. Meantime, Patrikas Joki is still closing in on Rodrigo Kakers for second place. Alex Menezes battling away with Martin Streber in the 113. Streber now 4th. As we're coming down to the final minute. So this is going to be very, very close in the battle behind Patrikas Jokius, who still holds on to the top 3, the final spot in the top 3. Marco Plinta looking up the inside through the final corner on Alex Menezes, but unable to make the job completed. And that is Streber, Menezes and Plinta. Still the battle for P4 wages on behind these two modern-day gladiators, Rodrigo Kakers and Patrikas Jokius. Last time around we covered by just 0.134 of a second. But Jack Collinson really has done a number on the rest of the field. He is away and clear. The final lap very much ongoing. Collinson having a lead of 2.8 seconds after 10 laps of racing. And still, it could come down to the wire as the second and third place drivers come out of turn 7. Now into the left at 8. It looks like it's not going to be enough because out of the final corner, Jack Collinson wins the pre-final. Dominant stamp. As if to say, I'm not here just to make up the numbers. I'm here to gun for a title. So, Jack Collinson takes the win ahead of Rodrigo Kakers, Patrikas Jokius, with Collinson taking the fastest lap of the race of 49.465 on lap 8. Ahead of Martin Streber, Marco Plinta, Alex Menezes, Mikkel Grantins, Jonas Plugsner, Dominic Nargus, and Mark Kononovs being the last of the 10 classified finishers after 11 laps. Unfortunately, after that, Cater Spike retiring from the race. Well, let's take you through the starting grid for the junior pre-final. So please ignore what you're seeing on your screens at the minute. Tom Strella will start from pole position, ahead of Fernando Pembre. Elisa Stolchamani will round out the top three, ahead of Adrian Sions, Martins Valts, Timothy Vladimirov, Gabriel Moises, Timios Perserica, Otilia Gramberger, Aloisa Sikavicius, Hans Markus Narusk, and Freddie Karastik round out the grid. So it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap for this junior pre-final. Sela has been the one beat all the way through this weekend so far. Can anyone topple the young Latvian superstar? Well, join us on the ride as the drivers are steeled and ready for battle. Keep your eyes on Elisa Stolchamani from the inside of row number 2 as we go into the tram lines. Revs rise, green flag drops straight away. And a good start as Elisa Stolchamani covers off Fernando Pembre, who loses out to Adrian Tions, and I think also maybe Martins Valts in the process. So a difficult start for Fernando Pembre from Estonia. As Tom Strela leads the way, Elisa Stolchamani in second. Third, it's Adrian Tions. And that is Timothy Vladimirov. That has moved up from 6th and now is currently 4th. Fernando Pembre is currently in no man's land at the moment, rounding out the top 5, but is starting to close in on the Latvian driver from SM Racing in front of him. After the opening lap, Strela leads us across the line, ahead of Stolchamani. Tions, Vladimirov, Pembre, Valts, Moises, Sekovicius, Narusk. Beserica drops down to 10th, ahead of Gramberger. Well, dramas for Elisa Stolchamani. She has just lost places. Big time. So, not been easy. And, just had Adrian Sions dive up the inside of her. And then, all of a sudden, that was all she wrote. And now, Pembre looking up the inside of Vladimirov through turn 1. That was close. But now that's going to give the overspeed to Elisa Stolchamani, who looks every which way but loose, trying to get through into turn number 2. On the Estonian, and the 235 from RM Latvia, unable to make the move. But there is still plenty of time to go in this race. So as I said, don't count out Elisa Stolchamani. She's been on the podium the last 2 seasons at Chalet for the Nordic Challenge, but she's also been a very strong competitor in the championship as Fernando Pembre switches to the inside on Timothy Vladimirov. That nearly opened the doors for Elisa Stolchamani to get through for 4th place, but she was denied at the last moment. Strela in the meantime has got a nearly 0.8 of a second advantage over Adrian Tions, and they are both running within 1/100th. Oh, moment there for Vladimirov through turn 7. So Vladimirov lost, I think maybe the back end stepped out to the left-hand side whilst accelerating. So Stolchamani is through. So Strela continues to lead. Tion second. Pemri third. Fourth Stolchamani. Vladimirov drops to fifth ahead of Valtz. Narusk, Zekavicius, Moises ahead of Pesarica in the battle for 9th and 10th. Gramberger and Karastik round out the 12 drivers. And they are still circulating at this point. And good to see Jack Collinson's mum has jumped into the chat. Hello, Mama Collinson. Well done, Jackie boy. Yes, he did a fantastic job in that Mini Max pre-final. That sets him up very, very well for the final indeed. The Mini Max final will be at 14:46. So as you're in the UK, that's just after 1:45 this afternoon. Tom Strela, nearly at half-time, is leading the way, and it's by nearly a second. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do. It is getting very, very close between Timothy Vladimirov and Martins Valtz in the battle for 5th position. Vladimirov gets a good exit coming out of turn number 2. Fernando Pemri, in the meantime, has been closing in on second place driver Adrian Steons. Strela continues to lead with 4.5 minutes still to go on the timer. Looking forward, not looking back. Concentrating on his own race. Thereby meaning that he's not going to look back unless he absolutely has to. Adrian Steon's head has now got to be on a swivel. He's got to protect his back, because there is one hungry young Estonian in the form of Fernando Pemre in the 277, running on the OTK chassis, I believe. And that gap is closing considerably as they go up the hill through turn 10 into 11. Lap 8 completed, and Pemri now senses the opportunity. There is a sense of urgency about the 277. Not a sign, hopefully, of a desperate move waiting in the wings, and a late send that could possibly compromise the pair of them, and that would put Elisa Stolchamani into P2 come the end of this race. Whilst these two are battling away, Tion's just got the hurry-up message. He went, right, Pemri's right with me. And he is, coming out of the final corner. Tions goes defensive, Pemri pins it to the outside, tries to get the undercut. But no room there, I'm afraid, for the youngster from Estonia. Now through into turn 5. They will head. And they were line astern last time around. 0.115 separating Tions and Pemre for that second place. Now through into turn 7. Goes second and third place. And whilst this is happening, Tom Strela now has a lead of over he's got a lead pretty much on 1.5 seconds as we are about to complete Our 10th lap. Now we go into double digits. And a new fastest lap by Tom Streller on lap 9 was a 46.659. Well, there seems to be a lot happening in terms of drivers getting closer and closer. Top 10 rounded out by Teperis, covered by less than 9.9 seconds after 10 laps of racing. And Adrian Tions still holding off the advantage, the advances of one Fernando Pemre. Through up the hill they go again. Pemre switches to the outside. Is he going to get underneath Tions? No, not quite. He's going to try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. But with a minute still to go, we got this. Plus 2 more laps. So 3 to go, including this one. And at the moment, Tom Streller has been relatively unchallenged. Lisa Stolchamani was hopefully going to have the opportunity to close on in on the 238. But has ended up remaining in 4th. She is 2.3 seconds behind the battle for 2nd place. Timer now expires, and at this point we are going to have another clean sweep winner. Tom Streller very shortly goes on to the final lap of the race, but look at the battle for P2 and P3. Tions and Pemre, line astern coming through turn 2 for the final time. Into the right at 3, down the dip, into 4. Gabriel Moises gets past Aloysia Sekavicius for 8th on the road. But as 2nd and 3rd make their way out of turn 9, it is going to be the 238 of SM Racing's Tom Streller, who wins again. A clean sweep so far for Streller. Tions beats Pemre to the line by just over a 10th and a half. Elisa Stolchamani. Oh, it's the woulda, coulda, shoulda race for the 235 from RM Latvia. Timothy Vladimirov rounds out the top 5 ahead of Martin Svalts, with Hans Markus Nurusk, Gabriel Moises, Aloysia Sekavicius, Teperis Peserica, Freddy Karastik, and Ottilia Gramberger rounding out the 12 finishers, all ending up just 21.1 seconds apart at the checkered. Now we go to the senior ROTAX pre-final. Here's your starting grid. Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Oliver Kerg line up on the front row. Row 2, Bruno Perle and Joel Kasper Joipera. Row 3, Galis Kirikovs and Ation Sestakov. Sebastian Adari and Ilya Sheremetyev round out the top 3 rows. Round out the next rows. Then you got Marta Spike, Kalis Brisius, the birthday boy, Roman Sorotinovs, Kate Robiseva, Rikas Dikstins, Teperis Krastins, and Oskar Savitsky, rounding out the 15 strong. So this could be a firecracker as we are set and ready. 10 minutes plus an additional lap to decide who will be our pole sitter for the final at 3:22 p.m. local time here in Smiltene. The 15 drivers are ready and they are in the 2x2 rolling start formation. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, and we do not get going. Full start has been called, full course yellow. Well, not at all a surprise there. However, it means the drivers are able to refocus. A second full start brings out the red flag, and then our team on the start-finish line will then be having a discussion with the drivers. So it is down to the 2 Estonians on the front row of the grid, Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Oliver Kerg, to bring the field into formation. They now go past the point of no and the red line. Now all 15 drivers at the back end, rounded out by Oskar Savitsky on the 389 Paralin. The Lithuanian driver, here we go again, into the tram lines. Green flag drops this time, and round the outside goes Oliver Kerg on Tonis Johannes Dominguez, but it looks like one of the carts might have got a little bit compromised. It's 2x2 through into turn 2. Oh, bit of a hip check there for Kalis Kirikovs. Coming out of turn number 2, he got a little bit of a scare. But, however, this just goes to show how robust you need to be at this point in the race weekend. Of course, it can be firm, it can be fair, but sometimes overzealousness can cost you. Now through turn 10, up to the top of the hill, here at 11. And there is one driver breaking away. It's Oliver Kerg. Tonis Johannes Dominguez rounds out second place, but Ation Sestakov sideways up the inside. Gets second for a briefest of moments, but Dominguez back through at turn 2. Bruno Perle in P4. Kalis Kirikovs, Jon Kasper Joipera, Sebastian Adari, Ilya Sheremetyev, Marta Spikes and Roman Sorotinovs round out the top 10. Now it's game on. Again, with the time increase from 7 minutes. Kalis Kirikovs got very cheeky and threw it up the inside at turn 9, and Bruno Perle now gets fourth. Joipera and Adari trying to get through. As it's going to be nearly... Oh dear, the AGS Racing teammates start battling between themselves. That's not going to help you, boys. That's not going to help you at all. And Bruno Perla fired it back up the inside to return the boot on the other foot, so to speak, on Karlis Kirikovs, as the youngster who moved up from juniors last year now is in seniors and having to learn on the fly. Artyom Sestakos, however, is possessed at the moment and is chomping at the bit. The gap between the top three was just over 7.5 tenths of a second after lap 2. Ilya Sheremetyev holds the fastest lap of the race, but Sestakos has got the fire lit in the belly and is now going after Tonis Johannes Domingas, who sets a new fastest lap of the race. 46.348. Marta Spike looking up the inside on Ilya Sheremetyev. That's a brilliant move from the 366 with RM Latvia. And Karlis Brikis also manages to get through on the 390 at the same point at turn 2. And some great camera shots around this twisty 1,060 metre circuit here at Smiltene, at the part of the Teperis Sporta Complex. Oliver Kirk still continues to lead after 4 laps. His lead now is half a second over Domingas. Sestakov's in third. Perla battling away with Kirikovs over P4. Joipera, Adari, Spike, Brikis, Sheremetyev, Rodinovs rounds out the top 11. Savitsky now up to 12th ahead of Kate Drobiseva. Rikas Rikstins and Petris Krastins round out the 15 strong. All still running at the moment as Domingas coming under pressure from Sestakovs. No, it's not. It's Bruno Perla. Bruno Perla in the 318 has got through on the 357 of MLG Racing teammate Sestakovs. Well, hang on a second. No, Sestakovs is ahead of Joipera, of Domingas. I completely missed that. And now Bruno Perla looking for third place. Domingas goes on the defensive. So this is a four-way scrap between Domingas, Perla, Kirikovs and Joipera. This is going to be feisty, folks. The first person to light the grenade is going to definitely throw it in the realms of the opposition. Kirikovs was looking for a move at turn 5 on Perla. Nearly opened the door for Joipera to get through, who's being closed in on by AGS Racing Team teammate Sebastian Adari, who in turn has got Marta Spike about 0.6 of a second behind. So things are closing up at the sharper end of the field. As now up the inside goes Joipera. That's going to be on Kirikovs and gets through. Oh, Kirikovs makes contact and dives up the inside sideways. Oh, Sebastian Adari. Sebastian Adari just threw it in like nut with complete unsighted, reckless abandon. And that has brought Marta Spike into this mix. Sebastian Adari, at the behest of nearly taking out his own teammate, I'm sure that Jon Kasper Joipera will be having words post-race. I can understand they're in it for themselves, but there's going to be... I feel my ears burning. I feel sympathy with the AGS Racing Team crew, and they'll be saying to Adari, hey, come on. That was your teammate you were throwing up the inside. Well, I thought I could get 2 places. Not at turn 1, you don't. 1, fine. 2, you're dabbling with danger. But this has really put Marta Spike in a very, very good position in terms of the fact that she could be in the top 5 by the checkered. But that depends on the 3 in front, but she's being closed back in on by Ilya Sheremetyev. Meantime, Bruno Perla looking on for a potential move as they come through out of turn number 8 and ahead into 9. This is on Tonis Johannes Domingas, who has the fastest lap of the race. 46.002. Oliver Kirk now nearly has a 1.4 second advantage over Artyom Sestakovs in the 357, the Latvian with MRG Racing. Domingas looks over his right shoulder, sees Perla there. And now, that's the sweet overtaking spot for a certain Bruno Perla. Dives up the inside, Domingas goes a little bit deep, and through goes the 318. Now up to 3rd position. Marta Spike starting to gather pace in her own right. And now closing in on Sebastian Adari. Let's not forget, Marta Spike joined senior ROTAX last year. Had some flashes of pace. One particular race at the season finale at Jelgava last year. There was some great moves from her. So unfortunate disappointments over the course of the season, but quite a few fastest laps. Oskar Savitsky now gets through on Roman Zrodionovs for the last position in the top 10. And still very much nip and tuck between what is now the battle between 4th to 9th. That's Tomingas. Kirikovs, well, you can actually add Bruno Perla at the front end of that train, but the train is not compacted enough. Carlos Kirikovs has the new fastest lap of the race. He's chasing down Tonis Johannes Tomingas in 4th, and has just put in a 45.856. And has got the gap down quite considerably to Tomingas at 2/10 last time around. And Tomingas was 8/100 slower on that previous tour. We're now on lap 11, with just under 2 minutes plus an additional lap to go. Perlin, Tomingas and Kirikovs battling away over 3rd, 4th and 5th. And whenever I've caught up with Carlos Kirikovs in the paddock at any point, even the grand finals last year, he wanted to talk to me for hours. That kid can talk for Latvia. Oliver Kerg still continues to lead with just under a minute and a half to go. And everyone seems to be putting in personal best. The track really starting to come alive with the amount of Mojo Racing rubber that has been laid down over the course of today and the last few days, including free practice, time qualifying and yesterday's heats. The driver's really able to push towards the limits of adhesion. We're into the final 50 seconds plus an additional lap of this race. And let's see, when does Oliver Kerg come across the line? Well, Kerg has already done so. So, looks like there's going to be 2 to 3 laps left. So we could be either at 14 or 15 laps total completed. As Carlos Kirikovs now gets a wriggle on. Has to try and put a move on Tonis Johannes Tomingas for that 4th place. There is the race leader, Oliver Kerg, the Estonian for the Racing Academy crew, leading by nearly 1.5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Last lap board is out. And now Kirikovs needs this as a motivational spur to kick him up the backside and go, right, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to get past Tomingas in front of me? I've got to make it clean. I've got to make it last minute where he won't expect it. Well, his best effort is if he gets a good run coming out of turn number 9 and gets the run coming up the hill through into turn 11, that might be his opportunity. We are fast approaching the conclusion of this race. Oliver Kerg goes through shot, so does Artyom Sesnikovs. But it is going to be Oliver Kerg, the Racing Academy star from Estonia, who crosses the line and wins the pre-final. Sesnikovs takes second, Perla third, Tomingas fourth. Kirikovs rounds out the top 5 ahead of Joipera, Adari. Marta Spike finishes in 8th ahead of Ilya Sheremeta, with Oskar Savitsky rounding out the top 10. Roman Zrodionovs, Kate Norovitseva, Kalis Brisius, Rikas Rigstins and Teperis Krastins round out the finishing order. But Oliver Kerg takes the win in the senior pre-final. Up next, it's the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. So let's have a look at the pre-final grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Tomasz Birsins, a clean sweep for the 4-1-1 from MRG Racing so far this weekend. AGS Racing's Devin Sigardi lines up on the front row, ahead of Patrick Snols Lochmelis, Christian Zemis completing row 2. Row 3, Martins Janovskis and Matis Malinovskis. Andreas Upkau, Nalmars Mikkelsons round out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, it's the front row for DD2 Masters. Haros Garkar... I'm trying to say it now. Garkaklis and Pritsai complete the top 10. Jurisalaitis, Martins Roris, Rikas Kansins, Ivarzus and Martin Silt round out the 15 strong. And they are set and ready for 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap. After this, we'll have 2 more races to go before we go into the final stages of round 2 of the championship season. Here at Smiltene for ROTAX MAX CHALLENGE Latvia, the Latvian Championship, and also the Latvian Karting Cup. Along with that, we'll also have Tillet and T4 Latvia, as they will battle it out for who will be on the top step come later on this afternoon. So get yourselves ready. This is set to be a corker. Birsins and Sigardi on the front row. Green flag ready to drop at a moment's notice. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Green flag drops and we're underway. Sigardi looks to the outside of Birsins going into T1, but gets drifted out wide. And it's battle for second and third. I think Lochmelis might have got the upper hand on that one. Yes, he did. And that was ahead of Christian Zemis. Devin Sigardi now finds himself down in 5th position. Meantime, Andreas Upkau might have just lost a position to Elmars Mikkelsons. But Birsins wanting to start pulling away. And his BFF, Patrick Snols Lochmelis, gets his head down. Coming out of turn number 10. Up the hill to turn 11. So half a second is a near half-second advantage for Lochmelis. Well, for Birsins over Lochmelis after the opening lap of this race. Lochmelis second. Sean Zemis, Janovskis, Sigardi ran out the top 5. Garkaklis, then we got Zalaitis, Sai, Kalsims and Rollis. That is your top 5 in Masters. There's Devin Sigardi looking to try and see if he can force a move up the inside, possibly on Martins Janovskis. It won't happen at turn number 9. Up now through into turn 11. Birsins has a lead. And it's the MRG 1-2 formation. Meantime, Sean Zemis is ahead of Janovskis, who's still battling away. Sigardi's pinched in the middle in 5th place between Janovskis and Malinovskis. Mikkelsons might start to close on in. Pritsai now gets past Jurisalaitis for second in Masters. Garkaklis still leads that class in 9th overall. Devin Sigardi, in the meantime, will hopefully be trying to move up the order. But with 7 3/4 minutes still to go, there is an ounce of strategy that you need to build into your definitive plan here in the pre-final. Sigardi just waiting for Janovskis to possibly have an unforced error. That's the best way that you can get past an opponent here at this fast-flowing and momentum-carrying circuit here at Smiltene. You are on the go the entire time. You're steering, you're accelerating, you're braking in DD2 and DD2 Masters. You're changing up, you're changing down. You're either in first, you're either in second gear. And then also, you've got to make sure that the back end does not step out on you. You've got to follow in the wheel tracks of the carts in front. And at such a tight circuit like Smiltene, you are literally having to wait until the opportunity presents itself, or you make that opportunity happen by forcing the issue. But not forcing the issue over the edge, whereby the stewards could thereby get involved, and thereby one driver might end up with a penalty. And DD2 and DD2 Masters has always been very, very competitive. But at the moment, Thomas Birstens is the one to beat. He is just under 7/10 of a second ahead of his teammates from MRG Racing, Patrick Knowles, Loch Mellis. Christian Zemes rounds out the top 3 ahead of Martin Janowskis. Devin Sigardi, Matis Malinowskis completes the top 6. Well, Andres Hubkamp has dropped out of the top 8 and now is 9th behind Harold Garkaklis from DD2 Masters for the Virulart Baltics in the 508. Again, we see Sigardi trying everything in the playbook to see if he can get past, but you can tell just by the minute steering corrections these drivers are having to put themselves through the ringer here at Smiltene, especially going through turn 2. Then you've got the right at 3. You're then going left into 4, right again into 5, left again into 6, and so on and so forth. You are correcting your steering. If you look at the steering input from Devin Sigardi, it's quite abundantly clear that at certain points on the circuit, like I say, through the left-hand kink here at turn, you are constantly micromanaging the steering, and you're also trying to manage the throttle. And now Sigardi has a run on Janowskis. Janowskis able to cover it off. He's got the racing line, so thereby has the right of way. So we've hit half-time, and still every single one of the 15 drivers are on circuit, and they've all each completed 6 laps apiece. Birstens expands his lead over Loch Mellis to north of 1.1 seconds after 7 laps. And I can see just by the inputs on the brake and the throttle, one of the good things about karting is you literally, the drivers are very much exposed. And what I mean by that is all you've got protecting you is a pair of side pods, a front bumper and a Nassau panel, along with your triple layer Nomex race suit, which must be CIK FIA approved. Of course, rib protectors now part and parcel of modern day karting. But Sigardi at certain points on the circuit in comparison with Janowskis is a little bit later on the brakes, maybe might have a little bit more confidence of being able to rotate the kart in by applying a little bit more pressure or maybe modulating on the brake pedal, and which allows him, you know, through his driving style, because everyone they don't all have the same driving style. There's an art to DD2 racing, and it is the top tier, it's the premier class in terms of ROTAX competition. It is the halo class for ROTAX, a product that a lot of chassis manufacturers didn't believe in until ROTAX went out and proved them wrong with their own chassis that they built. The only kart chassis that they built, and they proved the doubters wrong, just like the Project T20. We've got 3 minutes still to go in this pre-final, and it really is coming down to those millimetres, those centimetres and those inches. Thomas Birstens still continues to lead, but this is the battle for third place. Christian Zemes still leads it, ahead of Martins Janowskis, Devin Sigardi and Matis Malinowskis. Well, they've got to be careful, because if a certain somebody by the name of Harold Garkaklis manages to catch them up, the 508 is only 2.75 seconds behind. So someone has got to pull the pin on the grenade. They've got to pull the trigger very shortly, not blink, and decide, right, now's my opportunity. Those opportunities are going to be few and far between for certain drivers, including Devin Sigardi, who hasn't found a way past Martin Janowskis for 4th place yet. At the moment is just pulling away. He's just doing exactly what he needs to do. Run his own race. And Thomas Petersens, it's always 11 tenths. Always 11 tenths. But if that's where he feels comfortable pushing to the limit, you know what? Good for him. Pre-final, in some ways, hasn't become, I would say, stagnant or processional. I think it's just the fact that the drivers are just trying to get the karts home. Because they'll put it all on the final later on, believe you me, when they go racing at just before 3:45 local time, heading to Milton for the final. But Petersens, Lochmelis looking to bring home a 1-2 in the pre-final. Here for MRG Racing, Christian Zemes. Oh, has got Janowskis diving up the inside through at turn number 5. And finally, that now becomes an MRG Racing 1, 2, 3. Janowskis gets through with a late dive up the inside as Jean Zemes went wide, went a little bit too overzealous maybe with carrying the momentum through. And Janowskis gets the job done. There goes Sigardi. Sigardi through at the final corner. And now Jean Zemes having to battle with Malinowskis. Oh, well. Within a lap, Christian Zemes has dropped from 3rd to 5th place with 2 sterling moves by Janowskis and Sigardi. So with the timer expired next time around, Tomasz Petersens will see the last lap board. But still, things have not yet been decided at the bottom part of the top 6. And Matis Malinowskis trying to get through on Christian Zemes. But through turn 5, that won't happen. Or will it? Jean Zemes wrestling with the steering wheel. Going through out of turn 5 and into 6, now into 7 for the final time. Tomasz Petersens is just literally a handful of corners away. And there is the 4-1-1 from MRG Racing. It's going to be a clean sweep of the top 3 for the team. Out of the final corner, once again, Petersens back in business. Lochmelis second, and a 1-2-3 for MRG Racing, courtesy of Martins Janowskis. Devin Sigardi takes 4th ahead of Christian Zemes. There's your race winner. Petersens back at the front and has been absolutely ruthless. Matis Malinowskis finishes behind Christian Zemes. Panos Garkaklis takes the win again in DD2 Masters ahead of competitor and rival Prit Sai, who round out the top 8. Elmars Mikkelsens takes 9th, ahead of Andreas Upkalp, with Ricards Kaunsims, Juris Alaitis, Martins Roris, Ivar Zus, and Martin Sild rounding out the 15 finishers. Now we turn our attention to our penultimate pre-final. It's Amateur DD2, Heavy and Masters. Edmund Zuskovics and Aids Os round out the front row of the grid with Zuskovics on pole, Marcus Spikis and Rodrigo Frams on row 2. Maris Lochmeles, Martin Spikis, Kristaps Kaliksons, Edgars Brisis and Dimitris Antunovics rounds out the grid. So once again, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers. And then we'll have one more race to go before we hit the finals later on, as Tillet and T4 will have their pre-final. And then it's going to be all out, gunning for glory in the finals a little bit later on from 2:30 p.m. local time here at the Teperis Sporta Complex here in Smeltene. Well, as our drivers are forming up, nice day for a bike ride here in the locality. Well, Zuskovics and Os will be on the front row of the grid. As the drivers line up, Tunovics needs to close up to the back end of the field in the 505 Sodi kart. But here we go. It's the pre-final for the Amateur DD2 Masters and Heavies. Into the tram lines, green flag waves, first time of asking. And straight away, Zuskovics leads the way. Marcus Spikis was looking up the inside of Atos, who retakes second position going into turn number 2. Oh, bit of dust caught up in the air as someone definitely had an off track. Looks like Rodrigo Frams has ended up at the back end of the field in the 421 Birolot, and that looks to be the case. Meantime, it's an inter-Sodi kart battle for P2. Aidzos versus Marcus Spikis as they go through into turn 8. And Spikis up the inside. Catches out Os, but goes sideways coming out of turn number 9. Aidzos might have the run, but he doesn't. Looks like Maris Lochmeles now into P4 and closing in on the 2 Sodi karts in front. There's a further kart in the middle of all of that. Oh, dive bomb from nowhere. Dive bomb from nowhere from Lochmeles up the inside of Aidzos and gets through for P3. Oh, that's brilliant stuff there. The 518 Lochmeles on the Birolot. And now Aidzos has another Sodi kart behind. And Tunovics. And then I think that's Kristaps Kaliksons just behind the 506 as well. And, oh, well, dramas for one of the Sodi karts. I think that is the 505 of Antunovics. Well, looks like Frams has got the bit of the fire lit in the belly again and has gone through up to 7th. Was running last at one point and now looking for his next victim. Through on the inside at turn 2 on Antunovics on the Sodi kart. Oh, we could be in for a cracker here. 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in the pre-final for Amateur DD2 and Heavies. No Masters showing up on the live timing. Well, Frams has dropped Antunovics like a bad habit. He's literally gone, hi, bye, see you later. Zuskovics at the moment has a 2.5 second lead. Rodrigo Frams now closes to within 2.5 tenths of Kristaps Kaliksons in the battle for P5. And also, that's P3 in DD2 Amateur. And I just saw him going through into shot. The field makes its way through turns 5 and into 6. And there is the pair I was just talking about. Galixons and Frams. Now through into 8 at the left-hander. What's going to happen here? Rodrigo Frams decides, no, I'm not going to throw it in the inside at turn 9, but I might get a run through the final right-hander at turn 11. Here we go. Up the inside. Neat as you like. Rodrigo Frams, but he runs a bit deep. Does Galixons manage to get the cut back? The answer's no. Well, heavens to Betsy, would you Adam and Eve it? Rodrigo Frams is absolutely pushing like it's a qualifying session. Not the best starter in the world, but... Oh, dearie me. Galixons nibbling at the curb with the left front wheel. Coming through into turn number 4. And it stepped the cart back, the back end of the cart out sideways to the right. Well, Edmund Zuskovic now has a lead of 3.5 seconds. And it's climbing all the time. However, keep your eyes on the battle for second place. That involves Markus Pikis, Maris Lochmelis, Aidzos, and the fast charging and fast closing thereof, Rodrigo Frams. Now, what is Frams going to do? How is he going to upset the apple cart? They're going to come through this long right-hander at 7, into the left at 8. As, well, Oz gets very, very close to the back of Lochmelis. And here comes Frams. Now, will it be possibly 2 for the price of 1? Frams dives up the inside. Through on Aidzos, who gets sideways coming out of the final corner. And the Sony cart nearly trips up over its own wheels. Now, looking at the pace, Rodrigo Frams running on a 47.9. Along with the race leader, Edmund Zuskovic, is the only driver sub 48 in terms of their overall fastest lap. A 47.911 for the 421 running 4th, and a 47.706 by the race leader. Now, the thing is, can Frams get past Lochmelis? Well, now he's starting to tee up the 518 going into the final right-hander, and it looks to be the same case again. Up the inside, Rodrigo Frams gets through. That's third place. And now has 1.1 seconds to close on Markus Pikis, the 523. This is, I have to say, if I had a Driver of the Day award to give out, Rodrigo Frams, with the performance he showed in this race alone, would warrant it. And Ralph's going, go Rodrigo, with the guns out emoji on the YouTube chat. What a drive from Rodrigo Frams. And now the battle for P4 really starts heating up. Lochmelis, Oz and Galixons. That's for P4. Rodrigo Frams has just halved that gap. I cannot believe this. 47.525, new fastest lap. Rodrigo Frams is on a flyer. 47.525 by the 421, halved that gap. It's now 5 and a bit tenths of a second, and just took, like literally has just ripped into that gap that Markus Pikis had. It's been more than halved. And Antra Granberger and Marcis Stenbergs also coming back into the chat. So Rodrigo Frams, I would say maybe this or the next lap might have a go at Markus Pikis. Well, it looks to be, it's going to be more than the case. Maybe the next lap. Gap now down to 0.378. It was 1.2. And Rodrigo Frams took the best part of 7 tenths of a second out of the driver in P2. Now, Frams is not going to get the race win. 4.5 seconds in 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap is way too big a mountain to climb. However, Markus Pikis, your head better be on a swivel right about now. because look who's lining you up for a move. Here he comes, Rodrigo Frams through turn 10. Is it going to be a repeat? His sweet overtaking spot? Yes, it is. But he does not make the move this time. Spickus knew it was coming. Spickus knew it was coming and then got the frighteners nearly put on him by Rodrigo Frams. Well, Frams, there's still time to go, my friend. Seems like as soon as Rodrigo Frams goes through into turn 9, there's this extra second wind that the 421 and the old school Birrell Art style Nassau panel chassis that he's running. So not exactly a tip-top machine, but probably one that works well for him. Now, through the final corner, Rodrigo Frams is now about a quarter of a second behind Marcus Spickus. The gap now is coming down between first and second to 3.9, but Rodrigo Frams is now worried about the person in front of him. That's his main concern right about now. And, through at turn 9. Turn 7. Turn 7. I was waiting for a move. I thought it was going to be turn 9 or turn 11. And Rodrigo Frams has ripped up the playbook and turned it on its head. I cannot believe what I'm seeing there. I cannot believe what I'm seeing there. Rodrigo Frams dropped to the back end of the field, now back up to second. And we got 2 laps to go, including this one. We're on lap number 13. How much of that gap to Edmund Zuskovics can Rodrigo Frams close down? Well, we're going to find out because the timer hit 0. Penultimate lap underway. Lap 13 out of 14. Next time around, we will get the final lap for this amateur DD2 Heavy and Masters pre-final. Zuskovics has a lead of 3.9 seconds. Rodrigo Frams still in second position, still holds the fastest lap of the race, 47.525. But there is your race leader, Edmund Zuskovics. And Marcus Stenbergs, what a speedy show, Rodrigo. Yes. Speedy Gonzalez is Rodrigo Frams' new nickname. But there is one driver that's going to be in pole position for the final at just 2 minutes past 4 this afternoon. Edmund Zuskovics, the 551 on the Cosmic chassis, comes out of the final corner and picks up the win at a slow pace. Rodrigo Frams takes a well-deserved and well-earned second place, 2.5 seconds behind, with Marcus Spickus, Manis Lochmelis, Kristaps Kalixons, Aidzos rounding out the top 6. Martin Spickus, Dimitris Antunovics rounds out the top 8, with Edgars Brisis rounding out the 9 strong. But there is your race winner, pole for the final for the 551 of Edmund Zuskovics. So, with that all being said and done, Daniels Berezins takes the win in the pre-final for T4. Next up, we start the business end of the weekend here at Smiltene at the Teperis Sporta Complex. It's time for the finals, and up first, very shortly, it's going to be Micromax. So, time for the finals here at Smiltene for round 2 of the season. And here is your starting grid for the Micromax final. Carles Berensons leads the way from pole position ahead of Martins Lapins, with Remigius Kriausiunas rounding out the top 3, Rodrigos Taurins and Ivo Os completing the 5-strong grid. Berensons has been unbeatable so far this weekend, but Lapins and Kriausiunas have come close, but not close enough. We now go to the biggest amount of time that the drivers will be out on the circuit. 11 minutes plus an additional lap for these 5 drivers. It's down to Berensons and Lapins to control the pace on the rolling start. So now they go on to their official formation lap. What a show it's been by these young hopefuls, these young superstars of the future here at Smiltene. They have an opportunity to really put themselves front and centre. So, the drivers get past the point of no return here in the 11-minute plus an additional lap final. Will Berensons be beaten after such a dominant run so far? Let's find out. A final corner into the tram lines. This time, green flag flies on the first time of us. And Kriausiunas waves up the inside of Martins Lapins to take second position away. Meantime, Ivo Os unfortunately drops a little bit further back, having been compromised ever so slightly through T1. But Carles Berensons pulls away initially, with Kriausiunas and Lapins battling tooth and nail over second position as they head through into turn 7 for the first time of asking. Rodrigo Taurins on the Energy Corsa chassis in the number 77 rounds out the top 4. But Lapins looking for an opportunity to get through on Kriausiunas, and this could happen through the final corner. And up the inside tries to go the number 69, but unfortunately the number 99 from Lithuania holds station and holds nerve in P2. So now it's all about how you play the game in this final. The pre-final was elongated in terms of the heats, and now we do the same again in the finals. But it's about who really manages to put the strategy to make it fall their way. Sometimes a little bit of conservation, a little bit of mechanical sympathy goes a long way through the heats of the pre-finals. But also in the finals themselves, you have to showcase your racecraft, and that racecraft is being quite clearly displayed by a certain Martins Lapins, who is weaving all over the back of Remigijus Kriausiunas's back bumper in the number 99. Could give the number 99 something to think about. But what that could also do is maybe not help but hinder Martins Lapins in the case of chasing down Carlos Bernssons. What the two behind the race leader have got to do is to pull that gap closer, start reeling in the leader through consistent, fast laps, not making any mistakes. One wrong move, one misstep could cost the opportunity of a race victory. And I did see Martins Lapins go a little bit deep into turn one, but still carried the momentum through and still trying to go forward. So 8 minutes still to go. 3 minutes completed. And Carlos Bernssons just controlling pace. Not going completely hell for leather. Remigijus Kriausiunas does have the fastest lap, however, by 2 1,000ths of a second, of 51.523. The top three drivers are lapping within 1/10 of a second of each other. So there is a little bit of strategy. Carlos Bernssons now ups the pace, puts in a 51.445, extends the gap to P2 to just over 0.6 of a second at this stage of the race. And also around this circuit, you have to be smooth with your inputs when it comes to steering, when it comes to braking, when it comes to accelerating. As through turn 7, carrying a lot of speed was Martins Lapins, but did that compromise him on the run through to turn 8? It might have done, because the racing line is a little bit further over to the right when you come out of turn number 7. You've really got to rotate that kart through the corner. And with the top three last time round covered by just under 9/10, it's now gone to north of 1.1. So Bernssons picking up the pace and puts in a new fastest lap of 51.388 for the number 3. And now his lead over Remigijus Kriausiunas expands to 9/10. And Kriausiunas coming into the clutches of Martins Lapins as they now go through into the far part of the circuit. Now into turn number 7. A little bit tighter, a little bit cleaner there through turn 7 by Martins Lapins, who dives up the inside through into turn number 9. And Remigijus Kriausiunas goes wide and also goes off and loses all that time. And Rodrigo Taurins gets through. Well, that just goes so. One move can change the dynamic of a race. And Kriausiunas has been top 3 all weekend long. But one move facilitated by Martins Lapins in the number 69 meant that the Lithuanian would not just drop from 2nd to 3rd, but then a further place down to 4th. This now means that Martins Lapins has the opportunity to start concentrating on trying to catch the race leader. There's a 1 1/4 second gap between P1 and P2, and this is the opportunity that Martins Lapins needs to have a little bit of an extra motivational kick up the rear end to go after Carlos Bernssons. But even that is easier said than done. 1.6 seconds is now the gap between P1 and P2. Martins Lapin's last lap time was a mid 51.7. Carlos Bernsson's a high 51.3. And there is your race leader, now making his way through into turn 6 on the approach into the lengthy right-hander here at 7. So this is very much the case where it's Bernsson's race to lose. Here at Smiltene with just over 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Martins Lapins losing a little bit of time going into turn 1, went a little bit deep into the corner, but neatens it up nicely for turn 2. Into 3, nice and neat there. Now into 4, doing exactly the same, just carrying the momentum through. As it looks like, well, Rodrigo Taurins is being chased down and has been caught by Remigijus Kriausiunas. This is the battle for P3. So after that moment for Kriausiunas, after that overtake through turn 9 by Martins Lapins, it put Kriausiunas on the back foot. However, there might be an opportunity for the number 99 to try and catch the number 69 in second position. But whether he might be able to pass is a completely different story altogether. Out of the final corner, battle for third waging on. Kriausiunas tries to go to the outside to try and close the gap. And now looks to the inside into turn number 2, and he gets through on 77. So Taurins has to avoid with cat-like reflexes. And that now releases Kriausiunas back up into third position to now try and chase down what is a 2.4 second advantage that Lapins has when it comes to second position. Drivers are still very much at full racing speed. This is where things get very, very difficult in the fact that the drivers have been very much out on circuit. The adrenaline might be flowing through their veins, but there'll be a sense of tiredness, mental and physical fatigue, especially when you get to the latter stages of the race. But we're coming up to just under 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Carlos Bernssons has a lead of 2.6 seconds over Martins Lapins. Rodrigo Taurins still keeping with, to some extent, Remigijus Kriausiunas for that third place. So Bernssons crosses the line with just over a minute and a half to go, has a 2.8 second lead over Martins Lapins. Remigijus Kriausiunas there on your screens, and the number 99 running out the top 3 with Rodrigo Taurins and Ivo Os completing the 5 that have been running all the way through this weekend. Might be the smallest on the circuit. However, over the course of the weekend, they provided some very, very close quarter racing and have very much been matter of fact with the way that they conduct themselves, not just on, but also off the circuit. The younger drivers always tend to show to the older generations, well, hang on a second, maybe you can learn a thing or two from us. That sometimes can be the case. Their full start ratio, however, hasn't been exactly the best, but you know what, for the final, they made sure it counted, and that's very, very important. So just under 30 seconds to go in this Micromax final, and Carlos Bernssons, who has been unbeaten this weekend so far in the number 3, is very much on course to take a clean sweep of the race weekend here at Smiltene, just in the Teperis Sporto Complex, 140 kilometers north-northeast of the capital city of Riga. So, last lap board of the weekend for the Micromax drivers, and Carlissons makes his way into turns 1 and 2 for the final time this weekend. Martins Lapins in second, Remigijus Kriausiunas in third, Rodrigo Taurins and Ivo Os completing the top, the 5 strong, as it has been a pretty dominant display by this young driver here. Carlos Bernssons now makes his way through into turn 7 for the final time, and just wrestling with the steering wheel and the Energy Corsa chassis through into turn 8. 3 more corners to go. Now, first of all, here at turn 9, and then it's the short blast through the left-hand kink at turn number 10. It's been brilliant. It's been beautiful. It's been boisterous. And it's a clean sweep. Carlos Bernssons wins Micromax, the final here at round 2. Martins Lapins, a gallant runner-up. Remigijus Kriausiunas takes third. Rodrigo Taurins was on third place at 1 point and takes fourth. And we wait as Ivo Os will take the checkered flag and round out the 5-strong grid. All of them making it to the checkered after 14 laps of racing. But it is domination supreme in the Micromax class as Carlos Bernssons goes into Ropatsi on the 9th and 10th of August with a bag full of confidence. So we now make our way onto the Mini Max final. Here is your team grid. Jack Collinson leads from pole position alongside Rodrigo Kakas on the front row. Patrikas Jokius and Martin Strebe round out row 2 with Marco Plinta, Alex Menezes, Mikko Glantins, Juris Bluxner, Mark Skononovs, Dominic Stargis and Keita Spike rounding out the 11-strong grid. It has been a battle between Con and Kakers all the way through the course of the race weekend. Patrikas Jokius has also picked up a win earlier on heat 2. Collinson took was on the outside of the front row for the first heat, managed to do a number on Kakers and then managed to get through on the opening corner on the first lap to take the lead and never look back. He did exactly the same he was leading the way on the pre-final and did not look back. So the Anglo-Latvian, starting from pole position, runs with Sam Pollitt Racing in the Veritools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Last time I checked, he was running in the top 10 in the championship standings in Intermax, which is a class specific to the United Kingdom, but he's found his feet very, very well here in his home nation of Latvia. 11 minutes plus an additional lap to find out who will be the winner for the final for round 2 here at Smiltene before we head to Ropatsi on the second weekend of August, whereby it will be the halfway point of the road to Sarno here for ROTAX Max Challenge Latvia. Rodrigo Kakas quickly wiggling the steering wheel from side to side to check that steering, not weaving to side to get temperature into the tyres. The green flag is ready to drop at a moment's notice once we're given the go to get underway with racing here in the Mini-Max final. Collinson on pole, Kakas alongside with Jokius and Dreber rounding out row number 2. Let's see who comes out on top into the tram lines. Green flag drops first time. Rodriguez puts the boot on the other foot, does he on Jack Collinson, gets round the outside of the opening corner and takes the lead on lap number 1. One of the drivers running very, very widely on the outskirts of turn number 1 and kicks up the dust. But Rodrigo Kakas gets the storming start he wanted. Jack Collinson in second. Patrikos Iokias rounds out the top 3 by Martins Dreber, or it could be Marco Plinter that's moved up. That looks to be an SM Racing Kart livery in P4. So into turn 7 for turn 9 for the first time. Jack Collinson very much on edge and looking very racy. He's on the back bumper, going through into the final corner. He's going to retake the race lead off of Rodrigo Kakers. And there was an opportunity for Patrikos Iokias to get through at the same time, but he was battling with Marco Plinter. Plinter now up into 4th position. And now it's more than a quartet, it's more than 5, it's 6 karts at the front end of the field because Martin Streber and Mikkel Grantins round out the top 6. But Jack Collinson in the race lead on 2 as they filter their way through turn 6, now into 7. So this, I know the Collinson family back in the north of England are going to be absolutely on tenterhooks, biting their fingernails to the quick, because your boy is now leading. Collinson leads after lap number 2. The gap between him and Rodrigo Kakas is 0.25 of a second. It's all about micromanaging things from now on. Keep the pace. Don't overwork the tyres. They have a window of operation, and even they are susceptible. That's a long word on a Saturday, Alex. But they're susceptible to overheating and also overworking. So if a driver's a bit too flagrant with the throttle and the brake input and also the steering input as well, that can cause a problem with the tyres as they degrade over the course of the race. So Collinson will lead us across the line, and he looks to be expanding the gap between himself and Rodrigo Kakas. It was 0.255. It's now over a tenth more. 0.366. Patrikos Iokias rounds out the top 3, covered by 5.5 tenths with Marco Plinter. Oh, dramas there for Mikkel Grantins as Martin Streber manages to keep 5th place. But it looked like Grantins got the move done on Streber and then went wide, coming into the approach into turn number 2. So into turn number 9 again they go, here on lap number 4. And Collinson trying to show a clean pair of rear tyres to the field behind. And he's doing so at such a great mature level. For such a young person. A young driver who is very much quite new to karting in relevancy to his opposition. But he's taken to it like a duck to water, even though it's bone dry on the circuit right here at Smeltene. Jack Collinson now expands his lead after 4 laps to nearly half a second. Rodrigo Kakas and Patrikos Iokias need to find something. They need to find tenths here or there to try and close that gap. But Collinson, with clean air in front, is pushing with no regard towards those behind him. 6 minutes and 50 seconds still to go, and Collinson continues to lead after lap 5 and nearly puts in another new fastest lap of the race. He is the fastest out there overall. He just put in a 49.567, and in comparison with Rodrigo Kakers, he was 0.132 seconds quicker on that previous lap. I'm sure that Dad Steve will be out there with him. The rest of the family back home in the United Kingdom. But what a showing it's been from Jack Collinson. The first time I actually met him and Dad Steve was at the first round of ROTAX Nordic, where he Shaolei as Patrick Siokias looking for a move up the inside of Rodrigo Kakas through the final corner on the completion of lap number 6. As I was saying before, I got a bit sidetracked there, thanks to Patrikas. Thank you very much for that. I met Steve and Jack at Shaolei for the first round of ROTAX Nordic, and you know what? Humble, great people, and Jack was on course for possibly at least a podium, or maybe could have gone for the win in the first round of RMC Nordic until the final happened and got pushed aside going into the fast first corner at Shaolei, and managed a big save and recovered back to finish in the top 10. But now we're seeing what Collinson is able to do. And he's got that lead and he's expanding it. He's not expanding it by much per lap, but he's doing it in a way where he's getting quicker and quicker as the track is coming to him. And he's just showcased that on lap number 7, a 49.418. And look at how calm and composed that driving style is. There's no flurry of activity. It's smooth, it's progressive, it's controlled. And that's the way that when you hit the front and you start moving away from the opposition, you have the opportunity to move away from the field. No matter what they try, no matter how much pace they may have, unless they're really starting to get very close. We go to the battle for P4. Marco Plinter, Martin Streber and Mikkel Grantins. They are the 4 battling away over that. And there is Plinter in the SM Racing livery. But 4 minutes to go, and the lead now that has been built up by Collinson is now 1.2 seconds and climbing. Mikkel Grantins trying to see if he can put a move on Martin Streber at this particular juncture. At the moment, it's not going his way, so to speak. However, he's going to try his best, come through out of the final corner, and now it's the run down to turn number 1. Jack Collinson, another new fastest lap, and he's put the gap up to 1.3. It's that calm, consistent, metronomic movements that Jack Collinson's doing to facilitate him pulling away. Marco Plinter still reservedly holding on to that 4th place as the drivers make their way through out of turn 7 into 8 and now into the right-hand hairpin here at 9 before the short run up the hill through turn 10, the left-hand kink, and then up through into the 90 right at turn number 11. Collinson, I think, has pretty much got this in the bag, but up the inside on Marco Plinter goes Martin Streber, and now Plinter attacks, and this could open the door for Grantins going into turn 1, but not quite. That was so close. So close for Mikkel Grantins at that point. Mikkel Grantins at that point could have got the job done, but Marco Plinter straight back on the counter offensive up the inside of Martin Streber through for P4 at turn 1. We head into the last minute and 3/4 of the Mini Max final, and nothing's yet decided. There is still anything that could possibly happen. There is unpredictability in this form of racing here in karting. You're unprotected, you're open against the elements, and you've got competitors very close towards you. Especially when your names are Marco Plinter, Martin Streber and Mikkel Grantins, when you're battling over 4th, 5th and 6th, as we're heading into the dying stages of what has been a very commanding performance by the young man, Jack Collinson, who has led pretty much as soon as he got the race lead very quickly back away from Rodrigo Kakers, who took a leaf out of his playbook by going around the outside on the race start. 3 laps to go, including this one. And up the inside, well, Martin Streber got through on Marco Plinter, but Plinter saw him run deep, saw the window of opportunity come back into his way, and retook 4th position without hesitating. You need to be having that ruthless killer instinct as a racing driver. And up the inside, beautiful move there by Mikkel Grantins at turn 5 on Martin Streber, who now drops down into 6th position, was 4th at turn 1, dropped back down to 5th, and then by turn 6, Grantins has got through for P5. Unfortunately, on lap 5, we lost the 175 of Gator Spike from RM Latvia as 2 laps remain, and the gap now expands to 1.8 seconds. Jack Collinson is schooling the rest of the field on how to get in front and lead a race. The timer has now expired. Next time around, it will be the final lap. And there is Collinson making his way through in towards what will be turn 9 for the penultimate tour. Lap 14 out of 15. One tour to go. Collinson sees the last lap board. It's the board he's been waiting for all weekend long, and he's got a lead of 2.1 seconds. Heading on to the 15th and final lap of this race. But it is a coming of age here in his home country of Latvia. Jack Collinson has showcased prowess and performance, and it's going to be a perfect way for the 191 from MRG Racing, the youngster located in the north of England, but proud to be Latvian. He comes out of the final corner. It's commanding. It's comfortable. It's Collinson. Rodrigo Kakers, despite his best efforts, takes a well-deserved 2nd position, but Collinson is the man of the moment. The youngster does the business. Hit at Smeltner for round 2. Ahead of Kakers, Patrikas Jokius rounds out the top 3. Marco Plinter, Mikkel Grantins and Martin Streber round out the top 6. Ahead of Juris Bluxner, Dominic Stargis, Mark Skononovs and Alex Menezes unfortunately finishes 3 laps down in 10th. Ahead of Gator Spike, who unfortunately retired on lap 5, and there's celebration in the Collinson household. Mega drive, Jackie boy. Yes, Jack did the business. He didn't need a beanstalk, however. Well, we quickly move on to the Junior ROTAX final. Here's just starting. Tom Streller will be lining up alongside Adrian Stions on the front row, with Streller on pole. Fernando Pemre, Alize Stolchamane round out row 2, ahead of Timothy Vladimirov, Martins Hans Markus Nerov, Gabriel Moises, Aloysius Sekavicius, Timus Peserica, Fredrik Karastik and Ottilia Gramberga rounding out the grid. So Tom Tillet has been leading the way so far in this round of the championship season. And now we'll have several drivers trying to get the best of the 238 from SM Racing. And great to see Jack's mum and little brother very much over the moon with his win in Minimax. Into the tram lines we go. The junior ROTAX starts right now. And it's 4 wide. Oh, dearie me, I nearly had a coronary, but someone's gone off big time and has gone dirt tracking. That's Gabriel's Moises, unfortunately. It was 4 wide at the midpoint of the pack as Tom Strella starts to lead the field through into turn 5 and 6 for the opening tour of this race. So now it's going to be a case of over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Who is going to have the strategy? Well, Adrian's Tions at the minute is currently 5th behind Elisa Solchimane as they go through into turn number 11. Fernando Perez 2nd. 3rd is Timothy Vladimirov in the 287. Tions looks up the inside, dives through on Stolchamani and covers off straight away and holds on to 4th place. However, well, Tom Strella is coming under strife very early in the race. Fernando Paimre, the Estonian, trying to get on the young Latvian superstar. Trying to make the move, but at the moment, Strella might be trying to... Well, there might be a little bit of an idea here. And oh, right. That is Gabriel's Moises off and out of the circuit. So down to 12 runners and riders. Paimre now trying to charge. Tom Strella with an aggressive cut across the front of Fernando Paimre going through into T1. Now this could throw the apple cart upside down right about now. And for good reason. The reason why I say that is the fact that Tom Strella was pulling away quite comfortably in the heats and the pre-final. Meantime, that's a change for position. Seca Vicious on Peserica. That's for P7 on the road. So Adrian Tions in the meantime has got through on Elisa Stolchamane for P4. And now we'll start charging after those in front. Strella continues to lead after lap 3, but sometimes patience is a virtue. You don't necessarily need to go all guns blazing and try and get the move done early. Sometimes in these lengthier finals, it's all about conservation. It's about strategy. It's about timing. You've got so much you've got to think about. You know, am I hitting my markers when I'm going into the braking zone? Am I hitting the accelerator at the right point? Am I a little bit early on the power? Is the back end stepping out a little bit? Am I suffering with oversteer? Am I suffering with understeer? It is very much a case of, right, what do I need to do? And Adrian Tions' best form of defense seems to be attack at the minute because he's right on the back bumper of Vladimirov heading into turn 1. Paimre has got the fastest lap of the race. Teperis now challenging Stolchamane for P5. And this is where it can be very, very crucial. As I said, one wrong move, one misstep, and things could go wrong. Tions now trying to size up a move possibly on Vladimirov. This could be happening through the final corner if the 271 from MRG Racing manages to get a wriggle on. Tom Strella, however, controlling the pace as he sees fit. As there we go, up the inside, through on Vladimirov, goes through Tions, who straight away defends. Vladimirov tries to fire it around the outside to get the cut back. And Tions very wise to that, but Vladimirov looking up the inside through turn 3 and gets the job done. And Tions loses not just third, fourth, as Stolchamani stalls her way through. Nicely done there by Elise. Again, it's just the case of timing your moment. And that's exactly what just happened. Vladimirov thought, well, he might run a little bit, I might be able to get up the inside of him through into turn 2. And that's exactly what happened. And Stolchamani went, right, I'm having him as well. Job done. Got through. Fastest lap of the race on lap 6. 46.692 by Tom Strela. So, the lead at the moment is safe, not comfortable. Safe. Big difference between the two. But now we have a little war on our hands. This is for P3. Vladimirov, Stolchamani, Tions and Nurusk. Meantime, at the front end of the field, Fernando Pemre sets a new fastest lap of the race of 46.674. Gets the gap down to just under 2/10 between himself and Tom Strela. So very, very close indeed between Tions and Nurusk, who have now got past. So Lisa Stolchamani, what's happened to her? Well, previous lap didn't show a dip in pace, but might have had an off track. But it might have been assisted or not, I'm not sure. Have a look at her lap time as she comes across the line. 48.0. So something has happened. So if there has been a little bit of contact, obviously that was not in line, well, that was not in the sight of our cameras here at the circuit. But Elise Stolchamani is a never give up style athlete. Tions now thinking of a move, possibly on Vladimirov, but that's going to bring Nurusk back into the fray. So again, it's all tactics. It's like Tom and Jerry. It's like a cat and mouse game. You never know whether the tactic that you're going to employ is going to be fruitful enough to facilitate you making that move. And sometimes it can happen. Sometimes it doesn't always happen, but it just depends on whether you've got the intestinal fortitude to do so, or whether it's going to be the case that you might be able to make that move stick. And it is getting a bit feisty, a bit frisky here between these drivers. Tions was looking up the inside. And now that's brought Stolchamani right back into the hunt here for what is the third step on the rostrum. We still have 5 3/4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Tom Strela and Fernando Pemre are way up the road. They're 4 seconds clear of Vladimirov. So now these drivers have to console themselves with the fact they're battling for the final part of the top 3. Oh, it's getting a bit heated. Nurusk trying to force the issue with Tions, and now that's going to give Stolchamani the opportunity to maybe try a move or two in the next couple of laps or so. And it may be the case that Stolchamani might strategically place herself where she is now, and then try and move forward, but not move forward to the point where it compromises her in terms of her approach and her strategy. Now Tions, again, coming out of turn number 9, gets really, really close to the backbone from Vladimirov and now dives up the inside through at turn 1. That nearly opened the door for Narusk at the same time. And where is Stolcimani? She's dived up the inside of this contact! Oh, dearie, dearie me. Elisa Stolcimani trying to thread the eye of the needle. Gets through, but, well, Hans Markus Narusk might have a very, very sore left arm after that incident and might have damage to the car because Elisa Stolcimani saw an opportunity, went through, back. She made contact, the wheels connected and put the Sony Kart's back axle high up into the air. And if Hans Markus Narusk does not have a significant bruise on that left arm, I won't be... If he doesn't have a bruise on that arm, very, very surprised because that was a hefty whack. But there's still adrenaline coursing through Hans Markus Narusk's veins at the minute as he's battling away with Martins Valls, who briefly got through on him after the contact with Stolcimani. Meantime, at the front end of the field, the gap between Tom Strella and Fernando Pembre has now expanded to the best part of 0.8 of a second. Just over 0.8 of a second as things stand. And what that also means is maybe Fernando Pembre trying to keep pace with Tom Strella has not conserved his tyres in the right way. Thereby Strella not pushing all 10 tenths or 11 tenths throughout this race has made the better strategical call. And sometimes there'll always be a discussion between mechanic and driver as if to say, right, what do you feel? What do you think might be the best option? And a lot of the mechanics are also drivers that still compete or are ex-racers in their own right. And they will have an understanding. They'll have a gauge of the strategy and how the performance of the cars is at the moment. So 2¼ minutes. And Tom Strella still continues to lead. We're on lap number 16 in this race. Strella has opened up his lead to 0.836 of a second over Fernando Pembre. Adrian Tions in third, having gotten past Timothy Vladimirov a couple of laps ago through turn number 1. Elisa Stolcimani running out the top 5 ahead of Hans Markus Narusk. There is Pembre in the number 277. And he's going to try and see if he can close that gap over the next 3 laps. He's got it down to under 0.8 of a second. So 13 minutes elapsed. 1 to go, plus a lap. And Tom Strella, after Fernando Pembre got through, initially took the race lead and then getting it back, meant that Strella had to stride his way forward and try and keep an equidistant gap between himself and the Estonian behind. The gap now down to just under 0.7 of a second as we're on our penultimate lap. Lap 18 out of 19. Tillet Spiltner as part of the Teperis Sporto Complex here in Latvia. Part of the northeastern part of the country. But final lap underway. And Tom Streller, just over a kilometre to go. Make that less than a kilometre remaining for the 238 for SM Racing. So turn 7 for the final time, into 8, and now 3 to go. I know that his mum and dad, especially his dad Armans, who is pretty much by his side, will be celebrating this one. Tom's Strela has been superb, superlative, and streaks away to victory here at Smeltena. The clean sweep for Tom Strela in Junior Rotax. That's a tough one to beat. Fernando Pemble takes second, ahead of Antonin Steels. There's your race winner, Tom Strela, doing the business. And what a drive it's been for the SM racer, the SM Racing driver. Timothy Vladimirov, Eliza Stolchamane ran out the provisional top 5 ahead of Hans Markus Nurusk, Martin Svalds, Aloisa Sekavicius, Timus Peserica, Ottilia Granberger with Freddy Karastik rounding out the finishers, 11 of which finished, 1 did not. Gabriel Moises retiring on lap 2. Estrella superlative here in dominant form at Smeltena. So, drone shots very much in prevalence here at Smeltena as the senior Rotax grid heads their way out onto this 1,060 metre clockwise circuit here at Smeltena. In the background, you can see the remainder of the Teperis Sporto complex, the football stadium with the grandstand and also the track and field on there. But let's take you through the grid for the senior Rotax final, scheduled to take place over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. It's Oliver Kerg and Artyom Sestakovs on the front row. Bruno Perla and Tonis Johannes Dominguez on row 2. Kalis Kirikovs and Jorg Kaspar Joipera ran out row 3 with Sebastian Adari, Marta Spike, Ilya Shelemeta and Oskar Savitsky rounding out the top 10. Roman Sorodinovs, Kate Robiseva, Kalis Brisius, Rikards Rikstins and Petris Krastins ran out the 15-strong grid. And before I forget, if you haven't already, give us a follow on social media at ROTAX MAX Latvia on Facebook and on Instagram. If you are watching on Facebook, please like and share the live feed. And if you are on YouTube, why not forget to hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell whilst you're at it. Thereby, once we go live for the remainder of the 2024 season, you'll be updated as and when. It has been a very dramatic weekend in terms of the seniors. Multiple different race winners and plenty of close quarter battling. After this, the dust will settle, and then we'll find out who will be the winner as we head to Ropatsi Novas on the 9th and the 10th of August for the midway point of the championship season. So it's now down to Oliver Kerg and Artyom Sestakovs to control the pace, and everyone will need to be in position and no overtaking permitted past the red line, which they're now going past. Need to now get into position and get ready for their final race of the weekend. Kerg on pole, Sestakovs alongside on the front row. Into the tram lines we go. No, full start has been called. Now, there are a couple of carts that I did not... I noticed there was a little bit of a gap on the grid. So, whether a couple of drivers might have either decided they're going to start from the dummy grid, or they would opt to start from the back of the field. And after this, we'll have 3 more races to conclude the racing action here at the Teperis Sport Complex here in Smiltene, with the sun continuing to beat down from the sky up above. What perfect conditions for racing we have here. So it looks like we have... We're just trying to keep an eye on what's occurring. Now, Artyom Sestakovs will be lining up alongside, so it looks like the inside row, maybe a couple of drivers not able to take part, probably. But this time the green flag drops, and we are underway. And Artyom Sestakovs goes and throws it around the outside quite quickly on Oliver Kerg through the opening corner on the first lap. As, oh dear me, Marta Spike has just been clattered into, and she's in discomfort, so possibly an injury might have been sustained there by the 366. After what had been a stellar run by the driver from RM Latvia. So this could be the case. Well, she was on the racing line, and Marta is in discomfort. Probably clutching her left arm, but that Sony cart is not going to be running any further, as Oliver Kerg starting to scramble and starting to get a bit desperate in trying to get through on Artyom Sestakovs, who is backing the train up. That is 8 carts from Sestakovs to Kerg, Tumingas, Perle, Jopara, Kirikovs, Adari and Sheremetyev. Oh, dearie me, it's getting close quarter. Right now, Jopara loses a position to Kirikovs and gets flung into the path of Adari, with Sheremetyev from SM Racing not too far behind. And this could mean that Kate Drobiseva might join the back of the train if the 8 in front of her aren't careful. If they start tripping over each other's shoelaces, we have a severe problem on our hands. And it looks like Roman Rodionovs has also retired from the race. So, Sestakovs and Kerg trying to pull away. Thomas Johannes Tumingas in 3rd, leading the train behind. Bruno Perla in 4th. 5th is Carles Kirikovs. Yol Kasper Jopara rounds out the top 6 ahead of Sebastian Adari, Ilya Sheremetyev. Kate Drobiseva sets the new fastest lap of the race, 46.978. Now, I've just seen her in shot. She's just behind SM Racing teammate Ilya Sheremetyev. 11.5 minutes to go. And, well, 13 drivers out of the 15 still out on circuit. Disaster for Marta Spike after what was such a great run I hate to wax lyrical about it, but she has improved so much since her debut season last year. And now we've got a change for fourth. Carlis Kirikov's through on Bruno Perla. That was through at turn 6. Oh, sorry, turn 5. My apologies there. So with the flowing, well, turn 7. So making his way through into P4. Tonis Johannes Dominguez now trying to close in on Oliver Kerg, who in turn is trying to close in on Adjam Sestakovs. So, Sestakovs continues to lead the way after 3.5 minutes. A slender lead initially. Was 0.229 of a second ahead of Oliver Kerg, but now he started to expand that. Could probably be the best part of nearly 0.4 of a second. Well, it's more like 0.4. Oh, look at the helmet on that biker just there. Decided to go a bit on the fluffy side. Looks like a bunny rabbit. But there are people from the locality just spectating as well. It's one of the things that we endorse about karting is for people to come along and watch the show. It is exciting racing. But Artyom Sestakovs seems to think that things are under his control at the moment with 9.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. He still leads. Head of Racing Academies, Oliver Kerg. The Yogisu Kart Club's Tonis Johannes Dominguez rounds out the top 3. Of MRG Racing duo of Carlis Kirikovs and Bruno Perla. Then it's a duo from AGS, Jol Kaspar Joipera and Sebastian Adari. And then rounding out the top 10 are Ilya Sheremeta, Kent Robiseva, and Oskar Savitsky. Sestakovs keeping the gap very much stable at the moment. 0.4 plus change is his lead over Oliver Kerg. And at one point, Kate Drobiseva did hold the fastest lap of this race. Artyom Sestakovs, one of 2 drivers, including the driver trying to chase him down, Oliver Kerg, have now gone underneath the 46-second bracket. And Oliver Kerg now takes the fastest lap away from the Latvian who is leading. And as the season wears on in towards the middle to latter part of September, that's when we will see more signs of desperation, more signs of, right, I've got to go for it. I need the points. I need to get the win. I want the win. And you tell any driver, right, okay, try and conserve points. Try not to go all out and then have an incident. That can very, very quickly happen. That you decide, well, I'm going to push, see how hard I can push, and then see if I can do the unthinkable, or probably what people might not normally expect of me. And sometimes that can happen, that's a good thing. Sometimes it can happen, and it just ends up being a little bit of a proverbial curse. The lead between first and second, last time around, was nearly half a second. Oliver Kerg looks to be ramping up the pace, but not by much. He only took 2 1/1000ths out of the lead of Artyom Sestakovs on that particular occasion. Dominguez, Kirikovs, Perla, Joipera, Adari, Sheremeta, Drobiseva, Savitsky, Brisis, Rikstins, and Krastins rounding out the 13 strong. Well, it looks like we've also lost Petris Krastins in the meantime. So we are down to 12 senior ROTAX drivers in this final. We are past, more importantly, the halfway point. Sestikovs, who I've got to know quite well over the last couple of years. A very quiet driver, but also a very passionate individual about his racing. Now things look to be heating up between the two drivers behind Artyom Sestikovs, who comes across the line, gets us onto lap number 12. The gap between Oliver Kerg and Tonis Johannes Dominguez measures at just under 4/10. Looking at the last lap times, Dominguez was quicker by 32 thousandths of a second. So a 45.801 for the 302, and for the 363 from Racing Academy, a 45.833. Both personal bests. But they have to watch themselves because Carlos Kidikovs from MRG Racing is also trying to close in on them. So we are getting down towards the business end of this weekend, and Artyom Sestikovs continues at a very, very comfortable pace. His lead now over Oliver Kerg, who's being reeled in by countryman Tonis Johannes Dominguez, who is looking to mount an assault coming out of turn number 4, is 1.24 seconds. Kerg started third. Bruno Perler has moved up a couple of places from 5th on the grid. Kate Droby7 now 9th, started 10th on the starting order. So also senior ROTAX, sometimes it can be the case where you will have lady luck on your side. Sometimes maybe not. However, it is going to be the case that Artyom Sestikovs is running away with this, slowly but surely. Very much in the ilk of what we saw with Jack Collinson in the Minimax final earlier on. After this race, I will give you an update on some of the results that have been confirmed already in the finals so far this weekend here at Smeltona. But Oliver Kerg still keeping his head down and still staying ahead of Tonis Johannes Dominguez. And the fastest lap of the race so far, Artyom Sestikovs on lap 12 out of 16, a 45.705. Both he and Oliver Kirk have just matched each other to the third decimal point, a 45.861 second lap time by the two leaders. Vingus at the moment just slightly quicker, 45.846 for the 302. But with 3 laps to go, on lap 17 out of 20, Artyom Sestakov has been relentless. And looking at the way how he drives the karts into the corners, you know, especially into, say, a left-hander, he'll use the bottom right to sort of help turn that kart in. And it's just about cadence, it's about rhythm, getting into a flow. And if you know that you can push that a little bit further, that's great. 2 laps to go. And Oliver Kirk still keeping Johannes Dominguez at bay. Kalis Kirikovs is about a second behind this battle. But he's got his own fight to contend with MRG Racing teammate Bruno Perler. Well, that's changed because Jon Kasper Joipere has got through on the 318 from MRG Racing. But the timer has finally, after just over 14 minutes, expired. It was a great run in qualifying, a disastrous Heat 1, but there's been one driver that has fought his way back to where he is now and is very much deserving. Sestakov was just a few seconds ago taking the final lap. So our leader exits out of turn 7 and goes into turn 8 for the final time. 3 more corners remain. It has been a spellbinding, superlative performance. It's sensational. That's the superlative I'm going to use, because Artyom Sestakov out of the final corner wins the senior ROTAX final by a commanding 1.9 seconds after 20 laps of the 1,060 metre circuit here at Smiltene. Sestakov's supreme here in Smiltene wins after 20 laps ahead of Oliver Kirk, with Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Kalis Kirikovs, Jon Kasper Joipere, Bruno Perler, Sebastian Adari, Ilya Sheremeta, Kate Drobiseva and Oskar Savitsky rounding out the top 10. Kalis Brisius, the birthday boy, finishes 11th ahead of Rikas Rikstins, with unfortunately retirements from Petris Krastins, Marta Spike and Romans Rodionovs. So, just to confirm some other results for you that have been officially ratified by our team here at ROTAX Max Challenge Latvia, headed up by Yanis Karajuks. Well, Carlos Bernsons has become the winner, has been declared the winner officially for Micromax ahead of Martins Lapins and Remigius Kriausiunas running at the top 3. Minimax, well, it was comfortable, it was commanding, it was Collinson, Jack Collinson winning in Minimax by 2.335 seconds ahead of Rodrigo Kakas, with Patrikas Jokius rounding out the top 3. And, well, Tom Streller confirmed as the winner for ROTAX Max Challenge Latvia Juniors, ahead of Fernando Pemne by just under 3.75 of a second, with Adrins Tions rounding at the top 3. Only one LKK junior driver who managed to finish the race. That was the number 212 of Attilia Gramberger. So now, 3 races, including this one to go. And up next, it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. So, 3 more races to go, including this one. It is time for DD2 and DD2 Masters, the final. Thomas Schmirsons and Patrick Snolslochmelis line up on the front row ahead of Martin Janowskis. Devin Sigardi rounding out row number 2. Christian Zemes and Matis Malinovskis rounds out row 3 ahead of Elmars Mikkelsons, with Andreas Upkop completing the top 4 rows. In terms of DD2 Masters, Harold Garkaklis and Prit Sai will round out row number 5, complete the top 10, and thereby be the front row for Masters. Rickard's Kalnteams rounds out the top 3 in 11th overall, ahead of Jurisalitis, Matis Rollis, Ivarasurs, and Martin Silt, rounding out the 15-strong grid. After this, we'll have DD2 and DD2 Heavy Amateur, and then we'll have Tillet and T4 bringing a close to proceedings here at Smeltener. 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And this will be the penultimate 14-minute plus an additional lap final. Amateur DD2 and Heavy and Masters will be the same. For Tillets and T4, I think if I remember correctly, it's going to be 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Billisons has been brilliant this weekend so far. Lochmelis, it's been a bit of a pendulum swing for the 418, but it is an MRG 1, 2, 3 on this grid. But it is going to be a case of seeing what happens so the race start is going to be very, very crucial. So, without further ado, we're under starters' orders for the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. Into the tram lines, green flag drops first time. And straight away, good start by Birsins. Lochmelis covers off Sigardi, who was trying to go through on Janovskis for P3. Someone's dropped to the back of the field. That might be Ivars Us on the RM Latvia number 520. As already, Birstins has bolted. Lochmelis and Janovskis rounds out the top 3 as Sigardi drops down to 4th in the meantime. Malinovskis versus Jean Zemis in the battle for P5 ahead of Elmars Mikkelsen's Andreas Subkaup. Then Ricard's Kalm Teams has got a jump on Martins Rollis and Pritsai and moves up to 2nd in Masters, 10th overall, behind Haros Garkaklis. Garkaklis, possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just going with what I know here at the minute. And Ragnar Vedas. I have just seen you ping into my story, my good friend. Thank you very much. The man from Carthletics. So that's definitely getting a post on my story. There's a lot of racing on the end, but it's always good racing. But Birstins being pressurised by Janovskis as they go into the final corner. And Sean Zemis has got through on Malinovskis for what is 5th on the road. So Sean Zemis at one point was quite high up the order. I think it was in the pre-final and was high as 4th, but then ended up getting unceremoniously dumped down to 6th with 2 positional changes within a lap. And sometimes, yes, that can happen. That's part and parcel of racing, but it's not how hard you can get hit. It's about how you move forward. You dust yourself off, pick yourself back up again, and go for it. See what happens. That is how winning is done. Yes, a little bit of a play on words from Rocky Balboa's speech to his son, Rocky Jr., outside his restaurant. Anyone might remember that film. Yes, and I am a bit of a movie buff, I do admit that. But there is still a lengthy game, and you, Ragnar Virus, will know all about DD2. Of course, Ragnar being the defending Grand Finals champion, won the title last year in Bahrain. Also runs his own karting tuition program called Carthletics. So go and check it out on Instagram and give him a shout. It is going to be a case of there is always a big old strategic game again when it comes to gearbox racing. In the meantime, change for 2nd in Masters, and that's more importantly the change for 10th overall. Pritsai now through on Ricard's Kalm Teams. Did have a bit of dramas on Heat 1, I think it was, or it might have been Finals Day last time out of Kandahar when we went racing. Ivars Us finds himself at the back end of the field. Meantime, Martins Janovskis is following in the real tracks of teammate from MRG Racing, Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis, Thomas Birstins pulling a gap now of what could be closer to a 2nd. Janovskis has the fastest lap of the race so far. And now looks to the inside. Clean move through the final corner by Janovskis on Lochmelis. This now allows Sigardi to close. Birstins pumps in a new fastest lap of the race, 45.745. And that was 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than Janovskis in P2, who at that point was trying to get his way through on Patrick Snoll's Loch Mellis. Devin Sigardi looks like he's just playing with a little bit of strategy at the moment. This is the battle for second, third and fourth. So the final 2 steps on the rostrum. And, well, P4 means you don't head onto the podium. You're the one that will be going, why didn't I try this? Why wasn't I quick enough? What went wrong? But Sigardi does have a little pace advantage. It's not much on Loch Mellis, but it could be the differential between finishing third and finishing fourth. So with the total field covered by 11.5 seconds, it is very, very close. There are gaps starting to spread out a little bit here. But again, there might be drivers that will not push in the entire lap. The first maybe half, 2/3 of the race. And then when they feel that those tyres are starting to grip up, then they know that they can push. Of course, degradation, when you have air ambient temperatures around 21, 22 degrees Celsius. The track's going to probably be at least 8 to 10 degrees hotter, just by the way that the sun beats down onto it, because the tarmac absorbs the sunshine, absorbs the radiant warmth that comes through from up above. There you can see blue skies up ahead. But also sometimes it is not always about being the fastest, it's also having a clear mindset of what you want to achieve, and you go out there and you do it. Loch Mellis. Still holding on to that third place as we have just over 6 minutes to go. As Martin Silder's dropped down to the back end of the field. In the 518, meaning Jurasolitis and Ivarus have now gone back up to 13th and 14th respectively. Pritsai not able to catch up with Alatkakaklis in the 508, representing Birla Baltics. Now, there was a possible mechanical black flag being shown to one of the drivers, and if that is the case, said driver will need to park their kart within 3 laps. That's only if the meatball flag, as we affectionately call it here in the UK, but not for the want of trying. Devin Sigardi is not yet giving up. Loch Mellis. Oh. Sigardi closed that gap significantly. He got it down to under 2/10 after lap number 12. We're on lap 13 with 4.5 minutes to go. And Loch Mellis still holding on to second. Sigardi third. Sean Zemis fourth, ahead of Matis Malinovskis. And Pritsai is trying to close that gap to Harold Karakaklis in the number 508. The gap now is 1.1 seconds.
Fitzai was nearly a tenth quicker on the previous tour, as the lead now for Thomas Petersens is more than comfortable. It's exactly what he wanted. That's a beautiful 2.9 second advantage. And he is still putting in quick laps like he thought he was in a glorified qualifying session. Zinovskis, however, has got the fastest lap of the race as of lap 6, which was a 45.542. Petersens has been close to that, probably the closest of anybody in this race, with a 45.564. That is 22,000 slower than the person that's now currently running in 14th place. A bit of a race to forget here in the final for Martin Zinovskis, the MRG Racing number 422. So, second and third make their way through turn 7, into the left at 8. And into the right-hander here at turn number 9. So Petersens puts us on to 15 laps completed. Now on to lap 16 goes the 411. Before the 411, it has been a brilliant day, and more to the point, a pretty blooming good weekend, truth be told. So 3 laps to go, and Petersens now expands his advantage. He was 2/10 quicker than Lochmelis on that previous tour, and now the gap spans out the best part of just over 3 seconds. Sagadi still trying to keep with Lochmelis, but at the moment, with the gap being just under 4/10 of a second, Sagadi now starts to need ramping up the pace. 3 to go. On to lap 17 out of 20. And Petersens doing exactly what he needs to do. Look how calm and composed the number 411 from Latvia is. Looking ahead to the next corner, making sure he nails the apex or the corner, gets the kart in, brakes when he needs to, rotates the kart, turns it in, accelerates out of corners, and we are coming down to the final 30 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. Petersens, well, he'll be another driver that will have done a clean sweep this weekend in terms of the racing. The penultimate lap now has been underway for the last few seconds. Zinovskis and Lochmelis and Sagadi running second and third, still holding station. At this point in the championship, sometimes there's not the possibility or the best way to go about going for a title push, which is to have an incident with another driver. And also when it comes to teams, they'll be saying to them, right, you've got to make the difference here. You're the one who we're putting all our trust in. Second and third come out of turn number 9 for what is the penultimate time. Last lap board is shown. Petersens a kilometre away from total and utter complete destruction of the competition. But what can you say about this driver? apart from qualifying, well, really hasn't put a foot wrong at all this weekend. But the long, short run up to turn number 11 for the 20th and final time. Brilliant domination by Birstens here in Smeltena. Lochmelis makes it an MRG Racing. 1, 2, Stegakes third. Sean Zemis 4. Malinovskis, Ubkau, Mikkelstens ran out the top 7. And congratulations for another clean sweep. This time for the 508 of Birlot Baltics, Harold Garkaklis. Pritsai and Richard Skalnsims ran out the top 3 in Masters and thereby complete the top 10. Martins Janovskis finishes 11th ahead of Martins Rollis. Ivars Us, dramas for Juris Elisis on the final lap, and Martin Sild takes 14th, with Elisis ending up a lap down, but Pearsons and Garkaklis, your winners in DD2 and Masters. Up next, our penultimate final of the weekend. It's Amateur DD2, Heavy and Masters. Now time for our penultimate final of the weekend. It's the Amateur DD2 Heavies and Masters final. Edwin Zuskovics will be joined on the front row with Rodrigo Frams, with Zuskovics on pole. Marcus Spikis, Maris Lochmelis and Kristaps Kalexons round out the top 5. Rounding out the 9-strong grid will be Edis Oz, Martin Spikis, Dimitris Antunovics and Edgars Brisis rounding out the grid. Just had confirmation that Artyom Sestikovs has been officially declared the winner of round 2 in the final for senior ROTAX, with the top 3 being completed by Oliver Kerg and Tonis Johannes Dominguez. So 12 minutes for the AM DD2 Heavy and Masters final. And Evia Gorbante goes, go Antunovics. So into the tram lines, green flag drops for the first time of asking. And Rodrigo Frams tries to go around the outside of Edwin Zuskovics. It's a tussle. Oh, and Frams goes rally crossing. He was forced off wide, but still holds his nerve and retains 4th position coming out of turn number 2. Went rally crossing. The Birolot chassis is an absolute dusty mess right now. But remember what happened in the pre-final. Rodrigo Frams started 4th, dropped to the back of the field, and then came flying through like a whirling dervish, and he's trying to go up the inside. That was for 3rd place. Oh, and Marcus Spikis trying to make the move. Well, it looks like Rodrigo Frams has got through for 3rd place, as that is Maris Lochmelis in 2nd. As, oh, dearie me, 3 Sodi carts in a row. Actually, they've amended the time. It was showing 12 minutes. It's actually 14. It is 12 for the Tillets and T4s. But Suskovics has now got a comfortable, and I mean this with the most sincerity possible, has got a comfortable lead. But there is some toing and throwing. There's a little bit of a 2 and 8 between the 506 of Kristaps Kalixons and Aids Oss in the 588. They are battling over position. Oss gets very sideways coming out of the final corner and nearly gave an opportunity to Antunovic to get through on the inside. Oh dear. The cat has definitely been thrown amongst the proverbial pigeons, let's say. So Kalixons now up into P5. Azos having to battle away with Antunovic for 6th. But keeping an eye on lap times at the moment, well, Rodrigo Frams has just... Rodrigo Frams is not going to let Edwin Zuskovic get away. The gap at one point, well, I've just seen that Rodrigo Frams took nearly half a second out of the race lead. It was 2.3 seconds, it's now 1.8. So Rodrigo Frams has clear air, clear track in front of him, apart from Edwin Zuskovic in the race lead. So 10 and a quarter minutes to go. Oh, this could be very, very fruity indeed. Very fruity. Especially when Frams closes in on Zuskovic, because I'll be quite surprised if he takes another half a second out of him on this next lap. We're on lap 5. There you can see the drone shot as our leader. And it's now 1.9 seconds. So Zuskovic has now started to respond and has started putting in the qualifying style laps right about now. As we have 9 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap remaining in this penultimate final of the weekend. There is Maris Lochmelis trying to keep Marcus Spikis at bay, and there is the wonderful overhead drone shot. You can see part of the athletics track and the football pitch. But here is the battle for P3. Well, actually, more importantly, it may be P3 overall, but it is the lead in DD2 heavy. So Marcus Spikis has now got a little bit of a second win now. with the bright orange race helmet matching the Sodi Kart colours. Gap between them was just over 3/10 after 6 laps, as we've got 8.5 minutes to go. And Spikis now starting to put the pressure on to Lochmelis for overall and, more importantly, the lead in the DD2 heavy class. Zuskovic has a lead of 1.1 seconds because Rodrigo Frams has started pulling that gap in and took 0.2 out of the race leader on the previous lap. It was at 1.9 seconds a couple of laps ago. It's now down to just under 1.2. Frams is closing even quicker still as the second battle out of 3. As Kristaps Galiksons battling away with Eidzos. That's for third in DD2 Amateur. And slight stumble coming out of the final corner by Lochmelis. Rodrigo Frams has got to within 3.5 of a second for the race lead. Rodrigo Frams on a flyer. He took over 8.5 of a second. More to the point, it was 0.87 between Zuskovic and Frams in terms of lap time. And now Markus Spikis has not yet gotten past Antunovic versus Martin Spikis. That battle is still going on. And that is for the final step in the DD2 heavy class for the top 3. And at the moment, the leaders are still battling away. Big moment there. What happened to Markus Spikis coming out of the final corner? Just stumbled all over the place. The kart wobbled big time. Might have just caught himself out, really. And now that has brought Spikis into the firing line when it comes to Kristaps Galiksons, who is currently P3 in amateur DD2. But at the moment, with the way things are going at the front end of the field, Zuskovic could be very, very soon under attack. Might be under attack right now by Rodrigo Frams. Well, the gap is 0.2. Let's see if we can pick up the race leaders. And they're just coming through. I've just seen them coming through turn number 2. And into 3 and into 4. So let's see if we can pick them up. So with just 0.2 of a second between the top 2. There they are. Just saw them a minute ago coming through the back of the shot. But what a topsy-turvy weekend it's been for Rodrigo Frams, as now he really is reeling in Zuskovic. The gap at one point was 2.5 seconds. Now it's next to nothing. They come through the final corner. Rodrigo Frams looking for the undercut through into the first turn. And the gap was just over 0.1 of a second after what has been 12 laps. And look at the differing racing lines between Zuskovic and Frams. Frams is using the wider line to carry the momentum through the corners, and Zuskovic is having to really stay on the defensive, stay on the racing line all the way through the circuit. And that is not easy to do, but Rodrigo Frams needs to just keep on doing what he's doing and not stay unfazed, because if you start having a problem as in you're wondering, how on earth can I close that gap? Well, Rodrigo Frams, you've caught him up. Now you've got to pass him. And you've done this on several drivers. But Zuskovic has a bit of a wobble coming into the final corner whilst applying the power. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap still remain in this amateur DD2 Heavy and Masters final. That gap is not even probably the best part of it. That's probably a 10th.5 if at best. And you see just how calm and composed Frams is. Zuskovic not buckling under the pressure yet. Now into turn 7. As we get a great aerial shot from the drone. Through into 8. 3 minutes to go. Now, Frams could be biding time right about this point. But look at the run he gets out of turn number 9. But Zuskovic's able to apply the power. And he goes sideways. Zuskovic is off and hits the barriers. Zuskovic makes an unforced error and gifts the lead to Rodrigo Frams. And now look what's happening behind. Zuskovic is probably going to be outside of the top 3 at this rate. Oh, dearie me. Disaster for Edmund Zuskovic on what was lap number 13, or lap 14, and Rodrigo Frams has got the biggest advantage of any leader so far this weekend. Well, it was only a matter of time, and Zuskovic, I really would like to see a replay of what happened with the 5.51, because he came through turn 10, the back end stepped out to the right-hand side and sent him pirouetting. So let's have a look. This is the replay out of turn 10. The back end stepped out to the right-hand side and bang, right front goes into the barriers, and the right rear also gets a little bit of a touch too. He is so lucky he got away with that one. That could have been a bigger, harder hit for Edmund Zuskovic. I cannot believe the amount of velocity. That was over 80 kilometers an hour. Complete Code Brown moment for the 5.51, and he still is holding on to second. Which means that Rodrigo Frams, who I have to say, this is what I mean by topsy-turvy. 2 completely weird false starts. Reminded me of Jelgava last year. As, oh dear, that was a bit too close for 4th. Kristaps Kalixon's on Marcus Spikis, I believe. And, well, our leader is away and clear. And that gap is expanding. 8.8. Marcus Spikis up the inside of Maris Lochmelis. That is now a change for the lead in the DD2 amateur heavy class by the 5.23 on the Sodi kart. I think probably what Edmund Zuskovic is having to deal with is a slightly damaged vehicle. That steering might not be completely compliant. Oh, he's all over the shop there. He's having to really overcompensate on the right-hand corners, because if that track rod or that tie rod is bent on the 5.51, he is really having to struggle. And that's the place where he lost it a couple of laps ago. 2 to go here. And what about this for a fairy tale story for Rodrigo Frams? Put it on pole position in qualifying, made a howler in the first heat. Pre-final, came back from the back of the field to take second after literally making mincemeat of everyone. And then Edmund Zuskovic gives him the lead on lap number 14, going through the left-hand kink at turn 10. Now, the bottle in the cork is Zuskovic. Who would have thought this could have been how the story played out? So, next time around, it's going to be the final lap, and with nearly a 10-second advantage, Rodrigo Frams is leading the way. Crosses the line now. Last lap is underway. Leader now coming through into turn number 2. What's the gap between first and second? It is 9.988 seconds. And there is someone who probably thought, well, I didn't know if I was going to be in the lead at the end of this race. You are. Well played, Rodrigo Frams. From disaster to absolute delight here at Smiltona. And out of turn 9, through into turn 10, it's going to be an easy crawl to the racing line and to the checkered. Rodrigo Frams surprises everybody, and after dramas on lap number 14 for pole sitter Edmund Zuskovic, who will come across the line and take second overall. And well done to Markus Bikis, wins in heavy. But what a story! I have never in my lifetime as a commentator seen such a topsy-turvy weekend. Rodrigo Frams, pole position in time qualifying, drops clanger after clanger on the opening heat, falls back to the back of the grid in the pre-final, and comes back to win in the final after dramas with Edmund Zuskovic. There you see the end of race provisional results of our final ROTAX powered class for this weekend at Smiltona. There's just one more race to go. Coming up next and concluding the action, here is going to be Tillet and T4. Well, here is the grid for the final race of round 2 of the ROTAX Max Challenge Latvia season, the Karting Cup and the Latvian Karting Championship. It's Tillet and T4 Latvia, the final. Here's your starting grid. So, starting from pole position, it's going to be Daniels Petris Bersins. Alongside, on the front row, will be the 915 of Christopher Skalner. Elizabeta Johan Zorce will be joined by Kilos Dimitrievs on row 2. Davis Salmans and Haris Gladkins will be on row 3. Rudolf Rupenis and Dacica round out the top 4 rows, with Oris Maris and Rudolf Berzins rounding out the top 10. Arthur Zeng completes the grid. So the drivers will be going around this 1,060 metre clockwise circuit for 12 minutes plus an additional lap. We have had dramas, we have had surprises, we have had great close quarter racing, and nothing could be further from the truth when we've had it also in Tilletson T4 this weekend. The next round of the championship heads to Ropadzi Novas on the 9th and the 10th of August for round 3 of the championship season. Then we'll be halfway on the road to Sarno in Italy between the 19th and the 26th of October at Sarno in Italy for the 25th anniversary of this year's ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Finals. That journey will still continue at that point. However, the focus now is on these low rumbling, meaty sounding exhausts on these 4-stroke engines. So now, into formation gets the field for one final time. Berezin's on the front row, Kalniet alongside. They split, head into the tram lines, revs rise, green flag drops straight away. And a good run by Kalniet to look around the outside of Daniels Berezin's, going through into T1, but Kalniet loses out to Zulce, could lose out to Zalmans, who tries to go around the outside at turn number 2, but has to hold back for a moment. But at the minute, well, Christopher Kalniet now finding himself back in 3rd position. That's quite a surprise, as now Daniels Berezin's ahead of Elizabeta Zulce in the 925. Now David Zalmans closing in. This is for the battle for P3 on the road. Zalmans decides not to thread the eye of the needle up the inside through the final corner. But there is still an opportunity waiting in the wings at some point during this race. Daniel Bertens leads the way. Elizabeth Azulce just behind by about close to a quarter of a second. David Salmons still breathing down the back of the race overalls of Christopher Skalnet for P3 as they head into turn number 7 here on lap 2. But the battle for the race lead, very hotly contested. This could be a 4-way scrap very, very shortly as we complete the opening 2 minutes out of 12, plus an additional lap here at Smiltene. This round, this final for Tillet and T4 Latvia could be a 5-way scrap if Kirill Dimitrievs gets a wriggle on and is 1.7 seconds behind Daniels Berzins, the race leader. Christopher Skalny holds the fastest lap of the race so far, 51.693. Now closes in on Zulce in the number 925. Up the hill they go, in towards turn number 7. And Skalny decides not to thread the eye of the needle up the inside through the final turn. The 90-degree right-hander. Of course, with these carts. Oh, Elizabeth Zulce goes off and spins and nearly collects David Salmons. Disaster for the 925 on lap 4, coming out of turn 1, ran wide, kicked up the dust, and then went spinning around more times than Kylie Minogue on a good day, I'm afraid to say. That is a real shame. A real shame for Elizabeth Zulce on that particular occasion. She was running so well. And as I said, one mistake, one misstep, and it's, well, there's a bit of body language conversation going on between Berzins and Kalnit, saying, right, Kalnit's like saying, come on, let's get away. I want to be as far away from David Salmons as possible. I know what's possible. I found that out on one race on the final lap through turn 9. Well, the good thing is now, if Berzins and Kalnit start to battle, what is going to happen? Well, David Salmons has got clear air in front of him and will close that gap. 100% guaranteed. So it is going to come down probably to the final few laps of this race as who will become the winner of Tillet and T4 Latvia in this final. But look at the run that Christopher Skalny has got on Daniels Peteris Berzins. Coming out of turn number 9, the 915 seems to have a little bit extra purchase on the tarmac. Well, Elizabeth Johan Zulce starts making her comeback through the field. She is now 1.3 seconds behind Dacia Grossberger in 9th. And with the pace that she has shown, she's already done a 52.0 on her previous lap. That was 1.2 seconds quicker than Grossberger. Rudolf Berzins, who is actually not that far up the road. But it's going to be close because Zulce is in a battle now for what is going to be 7th place as soon as she closes in. But look at the leaders. Still a 10.5 between them. 6 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap to go. And Berzins still holding on to the race lead. Kalnet just waiting in the wings to see if he can make an overtake at a time where it suits him. Sometimes it's not always about being out in front. You'd rather be the hunter than the hunted in a track such as this, because at one point you never know what the person behind might attempt to do, and they might decide to throw the kart round the outside or on the inside of a particular corner. And we have seen that multiple times over the course of this race weekend, to be completely fair. So, halfway through this final, and the gap still has been no more than 0.2 of a second over, let's say, the last 3 laps between these two. So it has been very, very orderly, let's say. Apart from Elizabeth Zorce's unfortunate spin a few laps ago on lap 3, or the beginning of lap 4, Daniels Petris Berzins has now got the fastest lap of the race, 51.414. Now starting to pull away a little bit further. Just also had confirmation from the organisers about the results. So, Tomasz Berzins confirmed round 2 final winner of DD2, with Patrick Knowles, Loch Mellis and Devin Sagadi rounding out the top 3. Harold Gargalis takes the win in Masters ahead of Pritsai, with Richard Skalnzims completing the top 3 in Masters. As we come towards the business end of this weekend here at Smiltona, still plenty of racing left in the championship. After this point, we're only a third of the way through the ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia season, where 4 tickets will be given away, 1 in Mini, 1 in Junior, 1 in DD2 and 1 in Masters this season. And also some of the drivers in this championship, so seniors, micros, will be competing for tickets through the Nordic Challenge, which will head to Arvete in Estonia. And then also we'll head to Ropati Novas on the 16th and 17th of August. But a little bit further back, well, there is the 965 of Dimitrievs, who has been left standing a little bit by David Salmons, but only to the tune of 6.5 of a second. But your race leader, Daniels Petris Berzins, leading by what is now probably the best part of just around about 0.4 of a second. Christopher Skauni, David Salmons, Kirill Dimitrievs, Haris Gladkins, Rudolf Strupainis. Then we've got Oris Maris in the 963 ahead of Dacia. Elizabeth Johan Zorce still trying to close in. May get 7th by the checkered. There's only a 10th behind Grossberger as we're now on to lap 11 of this race. Just under 3 minutes plus an additional lap to go. So coming up to the last couple of minutes of the race meeting, plus an additional lap, still battles happening up and down the order. And there is a little bit of a battle. That is the battle for 7th position. Right, I thought this might be the case. So you've got Oris Maris in the number 963, Dacia Grossberger, followed by Elizabeth Zorce. So this is the battle for P7 in the dying moments of this kart race. And what a race it's been. But still, the race lead might not be decided yet, as Elizabeth Zorce latches on briefly to the back bumper of Dacia Grossberger. As oh, keeping the throttle pinned in a very dusty Tillet and T4 was Elizabeth Zolce, losing a bag full of time, but she gathered herself back up. She was flat chat on the throttle. Full on the throttle, to be honest with you. But we are coming down to the final 60 seconds, getting a bit too close for comfort there between Dacia Grossberger and Elizabeth Zolce in this battle for what is P8 on the road. It could be it could be P7, but at the moment the time is definitely not on Elizabeth's side at this moment. But she's getting a good run up the inside. Is she going to go through for 8th? Yes. Is she going to drift wide? No, she doesn't this time. The left-hand side of the 925 is absolutely filthy with dust. It's not helping with regards to the tyres, but 963 of Oris Maris gets very, very wide coming out of turn 1 and now puts that car right in the firing line of the 925. And we are coming down to the final few seconds of this race. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. Now, let's see if we can pick up our leaders, because they will be very shortly heading on to the final lap of this race. There they are. Final lap is underway, and it has been nip and tuck. It's been to and fro. It's either been 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 1.5 tenths, 3 tenths. It has gone forwards and backwards like a pendulum swing, like a bungee cord. But Daniels Peteris Beresins is coming through turn 7 for the final time. Now into the left-hander here at 8. Goes wide towards the edge of the grass. Through the left-hander. Now through turn 9. 2 more corners remain. And Beresins was flirting with danger there. He went full chat on the throttle and the back end stepped out to the left-hand side. But nevertheless out of the final corner. The Tillet and T4 final. It's jubilation for Daniels Peteris Beresins in the 919. Christopher County and Davis Salmans round out the top 3 overall. Head of Kirill Dmitrievs with Hannes Gladkins. That rounds out your top 5. And what a result for Daniels Peteris Beresins. Absolutely beside himself with joy after 15 laps of racing. Rudolf Strupenis rounds out the top 6 ahead of Oris Maris in the 963. Dacia Grossberger, Elisabetta Johan Zolce, Rudolf Toms Beresins and Arthur Seng round out the finishing order. All 11 drivers finishing all of the 15 laps, 33 seconds apart. After that exciting and at sometimes dramatic Tillotson T4 Latvia final here at Smiltene. Well, ladies and gentlemen, race fans, karting fans, thank you so much for joining us over the past day and a half here at the Teperis Sporto Complex here in Smiltene. Well, it's time to pack things down, get ready for the podiums a little bit later on. Unfortunately, we won't be live streaming the podiums, but we can tell you of where you can join us next time. So, from now until the 9th and the 10th of August, which is about 6 weeks away, we'll be heading to Ropatsi Novas, to the 333 Baltic Circuit for round 3 of the season. And then the week after, we'll be heading back to that same circuit for round 4 of ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia and ROTAX Nordic round 3. Then we'll head to Jelgava in the penultimate week, for the penultimate round, which will be the 13th and the 14th of September. And then we'll crown our ROTAX MAX Challenge Latvia champions at Madwana on the 20th and the 21st of September, thereby ending our road to Sarno. A big thank you to Edgar's and his team at No Limits for the streaming, and also a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, the organisation, so timekeeping, scrutineering, administration, race control, race stewards, the teams, the family, the paddock. Also a big thank you to the Smiltene Circuit for hosting us this weekend. Also a big thank you to the marshals, and more importantly, a big thank you to you all watching at home, wherever you are in the world, either on the official ROTAX MAX Latvia Facebook page or on our YouTube channel. Don't forget, in the link in the description down below, if you are watching on YouTube, you can find our social media and you can find our website at rotaxmaxlatvia.com. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, signing off for now, and we'll see you very soon at Ropazzi Novas. Until then, ciao for now.